to today's Forest Patrol route map, we need to head here first, then make our way over to there? There's a lot of writing. When I don't have much to keep me occupied, old thought patterns start to creep back in, and as soon as I start talking about it, the flashbacks start. According to today's Forest Patrol route map, we need to head here first, then make our way over to there? There's a lot of writing. When I don't have much to keep me occupied, old thought patterns start to creep back in, and as soon as I start talking about it, the flashbacks start. According to today's Forest Patrol route map, we need to head here first, then make our way over to there? There's a lot of writing.
Welcome, Raiders! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Welcome, Imp! And Eaten by Waffle, and Smashley, and Sixer, and Cuff. Welcome, everyone! What's good, friends? Welcome to the stream. I hope you can hear me. Yes. I did some Windows updates, so I'm paranoid right now. You guys know how it is out there that stream. You do some Windows updates, and the next thing you know, nothing's working right. So that's where I'm at right this moment. I'm like, first it was my camera, now it's my keyboard. My keyboard's working, but it's not lit up. So what's that about? I don't know. But it's working, so we're good. Welcome, you two. Welcome, welcome. You probably got drops from watching me, Turtle. Yeah. Drops where I don't see. You've already got them is why. If you've already got the drops, you won't see the drops, of course. We have till the 21st, right? The 21st, I believe. So, if you're playing Genshin and you want drops, there you go. 20th? Okay. I knew it was something like that. Yeah. But welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for that raid, Imp. You're awesome. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Can I get a shout out in chat for Imp, please? Hey, please. I appreciate you. No, I appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, is the bot not working either? See, I told you. Windows updates are evil, guys. I swear, they're plotting against us. Give me a hot minute. I'll get this stuff working again. Thanks, Windows. Why does it drop so long when yelling either? Because sometimes people are like super busy or away and they don't watch streams like the first day. I actually do have viewers hop in that haven't got the drops yet, so it's interesting to see how long it takes them to get them. But yeah, I'm trying, Cuff. I'll get it to work. It wants me to reauthorize my bot again. Oh yeah, lovely. No, just start up and do your thing. We don't. There we go. Thank you, bot. Now it should work. It was a little slow, but there we go. Welcome, Shane. Thank you for the lurk. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. We're playing some Genshin tonight. I have some things to do. I want to get my last collie for her constellation. We're so close. I only need, one more. If I go to my characters. And there's an event I can do to get the last one I need of her. So, that's where we're at. We've got all 5 of them, and I only need one more, and I'll have my first character's constellation maxed out, which is awesome. So, yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you for the alert. Thank you again for the raids. Thank you for being here. If you have any questions on Genshin, let me know. It is a free game, and I'm definitely addicted to it. So, just to give you a heads up, if you start playing it, you won't want to stop. It's super adorbs and cute. Claim all my goodies. And then I was sitting here waiting to go in, but I realized that I should heal Collie real quick before I go into this thingamajig. What do we want to use? Yeah, we'll just give her 2 of those. That works. I don't know what to think about my keyboard not lighting up though. I literally can't see the numbers and letters. They're not lit up. And that's bothering me. But I don't want to go and unplug a bunch of things and plug a bunch of things back in right now. Not while I'm live. It's too late. I didn't notice it wasn't lit up. Does this happen to anybody else? I'm sure it does. But because it's working, it's just not lit up. I borked it. Probably because it's getting closer time to a new PC as well. We won't talk about that. Alright, let's see what happens. Let's go in here and do this challenge. Let's get our last one. Grand Underground Corridor. Spiral Abyss. Blessings of the Missile Moon. When a character triggers a spread of aggressive reaction on an opponent, a shockwave will be unleashed in the opponent's position, dealing true damage. A shockwave can be unleashed every 3 seconds. You need 6 characters. Is it gonna give me 6? I have a question. What's the best build for Kali? Probably the one you have posted in chat that I have to go look at. Do I get to cheat and go look in Discord? Didn't you give me her build? I think you did. Appears catch it using Pokemon. Pokecatch! So how much of this do I have to do to get this thing? Party setup. Oh god. This is what you're talking about. Fun times. You cannot eat, revive, change party setup, or change equipment during the challenge. Oh man. Drip drops? What are you saying? What are you saying, Cuff? Did you not get drops? Or do you already have them? From last time? This is all time-based. Finish it fast. Oh, no pressure. No pressure! No pressure at all, right? Poke catch if you're catching Pokemon, guys. Poke catch. Alright, well... We're just gonna, you know... GG. Traveler. Heavy peeps, of course. Although she's new and she's kind of good, so maybe should I go in with Collier? Not 6, my bad. 4 characters, then it's 8. Yeah, don't scare me. Don't scare me. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just gonna go for it. We're gonna find out if this works. I hate that I can't see my keys though. I gotta trust my fingers. And Pokemon escaped and no one caught it. I tried. Just didn't want to come home with me. Character element mastery 80 when character HP is greater than 50%. Character max HP 25% active. Whisper Spiral Abyss, you get to go deeper. Choose your benediction of the abyss. I don't know what I should choose. Character elementary, maybe? Character HP, so I don't have to worry about dying? First one? Okay.
1, 2.
I've never done one of these. Well, kinda, I guess, but never like where you pick and choose stuff. Alright, Chi-Chi. Don't let me down.
Orders given. Orders received.
Mm-hmm. We're just, you know, we're just gonna go all out, do all the things. Oh yeah. Just go to war here. Challenge complete. Okay, that wasn't bad. Wasn't bad. Enter floor 1, chamber 2. This is in-game stuff? Okay, so I go to chamber 2, and should I choose the same thing for chamber 2? Is that the best choice, like, all around, you think? For each time? Let's see. Also, yes, Discord did tell people I was live. Thank you, Discord, for being so nice to me. Also, Turtle, I did jump in the BC if you want to talk. For DIA's burst, you have to keep clicking attack to do more hits. Okay. So spam click after you do it? Okay. Yeah, I'm still learning her. She is brand new to me. I don't remember which. Does it tell you which thing you're gonna fight first? Oh, and you can't switch characters now. Ah, so you start with the one you start with. Okay.
Life goes on. Rise.
That's not working. 3. No, I didn't mean to hit back to her. This is what I want.
You asked for it.
There we go. Like that?
Your mommy teach you that? Life goes on.
I don't like not being able to see my keys. It's gonna drive me nuts though. I'm gonna have to fix that later, or you're gonna hear me about it. Hear me talk about it the whole time. Oh, I forgot this is timed, doesn't it? Faster, Moto! I know, right? I need to go faster, I know. I'll just get rid of these guys and stand here. Why are you way over here out of the way? You don't want me to kill you. Is that just it? Ah! Get out of there!
You're dead meat.
I'm stuck in a corner. I don't like this. How'd they get me pinned? There. Yeah, I was too slow that time. I felt like I was cutting it too close. Even though I still had time, I was like, yeah, I felt too slow. You put yourself there? I know I did. I may have put myself in a corner. I don't know. Ah, breathe. But yeah, this is gonna drive me nuts. Hold on. I'm gonna make my computer mad. We'll see what happens. I just can't handle not having my keyboard working right. I'll find out which one it is. I thought that was it, but it's not apparently. Not that one.
Crowl 28 love, Crowl 28 love, Crowl 28 love.
Got it. Yeah, finally. I only had to unplug it and plug it back in like 3 times. Ignore me. There. Alright, now you should hear me loud and clear. I had to also turn up the volume on it. But yeah, my keyboard's still not lighting up, so that drives me nuts when you have no lights on your keys. And I thought, well, I would unplug stuff and see if I could get my keyboard to work, and by doing so, I got my microphone not to work, which was even worse than my keyboard not working. So, I mean, it works, it just doesn't light up, and I like, to see where my fingers are. Yeah. So I'm having, I don't know why it's not lighting up. I blame Microsoft. I did updates right before stream. Like, that was a really bad idea. It's like, I was like, I need to restart because it was running, the CPU was running too high. So I was like, well, I'll restart. And then it's like, oh, we're going to do some updates. And I'm like, no, why? So then it does updates just to torture me. And yeah, so yeah. Love it. I think they troll you. I think Microsoft trolls you on purpose just to get you to buy new products, new PCs. Yeah, because that's going to be a thing eventually. Eventually I'm going to have to get a new PC because this one just wants to troll me to death. And I don't like it. Let's see. Did I get that? Yes, I did that. Okay. Alright, now we can continue our Genshin battle and see what happens here. Although, I feel like I'm playing in the dark. I guess I look down at my keys more than I think I do. For, like, numbers and positions. And this is definitely a true test of not looking down at your keyboard and just using your fingers and trusting your fingers, because now I can't see the keys. Yeah. I had no idea I looked down at it that much, but I really do. I'm like, which one of these is 3 and which one's 4? I'm like, kind of, no. Yeah, pro gamer, yeah. We're just gonna do this. Alright, Turtle, so we did is it the 3rd one this time? Trust your fingers? I don't trust them at all, that's the problem. And I'm gonna take off my watch, too, because this is just all awkward. I'm just having a good time here. Second in? Okay. Character defense, minus 15%? I do that? But your attack's 40? Okay, because the attack gets higher and higher. Okay, okay. So I should shield people up, but I didn't bring Noelle to do that. I need to build somebody to be my shield again, I guess. But isn't that what kind of Kali is? Her little bubble thing? No, that's not really a shield either. That's an attack. I don't really have a shielding character at the moment in my party.
Let's go somewhere cooler.
You'll be fine. This is only the first floor. How many floors do I gotta go to get this character, though? How many floors? That's the question. I need to know these answers. Here we go. Hey. Hey. We don't want to talk about this. You're already doing stuff to me that I don't like. Oh, wrong one. I'm gonna set your little shield on fire. So you can just, like, stop doing stuff to me. I'm gonna melt your shield. I should be hitting people. Alright. Why are they gonna be so spread out so far? And then I hit them so they go even further. Alright.
Life goes on.
Okay. What the heck? For who? You'll be fine. This is all the first. Oh, to get unlock. I'm in here to unlock Kali, so that I have another one. Yes, thank you so much, Crowley, for that sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you again. I couldn't say thank you earlier, but now I can say it. You do I won't. The party's not too bad that I chose. Crit damage dealt by all party members increased under the duration. The frozen status effect is greatly increased, so we definitely want to use Chi-Chi. You cannot eat, revive, charge. Yeah, we know that. I don't think you need to do this for Kali. Yeah. Well, I only need one more, right? So I don't know if I'm describing it correctly. Freeze people? Freeze people, that's what I read. Yeah, I'll get a free Kali by doing story. Right. Hmm. We don't want to change character movement speed. The first one.
Life goes on. Oh, wow.
Did not mean to click her. Sorry. I did not mean to click her either.
Prepare to be blown away. Windblade.
That doesn't really affect her. But yeah, we'll go back to these guys.
You asked for it. Let's get it on.
Where are they at? There you are.
Life goes on. Orders given. Orders received.
Spam click faster? Oh, when you do the other one even faster? Hmm. Where'd I go? You disappeared. Sorry, I was tasting it because I didn't think it would go that fast. But if it goes that fast, that's cool. Okay, so go really fast when I do Dea. Damage 20, character elemental bonus 20, attack damage 20.
Hey, do you know what? Neither do I.
What?
Already forgot.
The floor is wet! I don't like this. Oh, should be my advantage though, right? You know. Defend it? Oh.
Windblade. Be gone.
Get off of it. Oh.
Just like we rehearsed.
No, not over there.
Look alive. You're dead meat.
Like that. That kind of spam it.
Life goes on.
I don't like this. They're gonna kick my butt. There you go.
Opening box of Adepti tricks.
Get off my stuff. There. Get away from it. I said get away from it. I say get away from it. I'm gonna put you here. Oh no! Trapped in a bubble.
Nice.
Oh, I got the ice one and I did ice on the ice one. That's not very smart. Ah! Welcome, Rain! Yes. I'm dying here. Trying to defend and I'm not doing very good.
I mean, you still have a health bar on the thing, so I think you're doing pretty good.
Oh, this one doesn't look like it has time. This one just defends, so yeah. I felt like it was running out of time, too. But I wasn't. That worked.
No, Turtle, it didn't. It's my entrance sound, too.
Ew. I gotta turn Rain up just a hair, too, so I can hear you. There we go. Because I didn't hear you join voice chat at first. I was like, I think I hear Rain, but I'm not sure.
I was hoping I was gonna scare you, but I guess not.
No, it was turned down too quiet, and things are going weird on my computer anyway, so I'm hearing things. Posture check. Okay. Thank you, Crowley.
Oh, because I was grocery shopping.
Oh, you're fine. No rush. I wasn't even 100% sure I was doing this today, and then I decided I was, so.
Good job.
I'm still mad that I can't see my keyboard. This is really bothering me.
What?
I look at my keys more than I thought I did when I play my characters. And now that it's not lighting up, it's just driving me absolutely nuts. But this minute ago when I played with this, I ended up unplugging my mic, and then I lost my mic sound for like 5-10 minutes. So that was not good. So now I'm trying to track down which chord it is exactly, so I don't like mess up the wrong thing again. I think my chords are like so inter-freaking-twined right now. I just need a new computer.
I mean, same.
That's the problem. It's definitely this one. Okay, well maybe I'll move it for the day. That does something. No, because now I have no lights. Why isn't my keyboard lighting up? It has to be software related then. You know what I mean?
What brand is your keyboard?
Razer.
It's weird. Which one is that?
Or one of the mid key height.
Granada,
yeah. It was or something. I couldn't remember. It's terrible. What was it? It's or something.
Come on, I got a Razer fangirl in here, so.
I know. You should be able to help me, right?
Mhm.
We're gonna start up some Razer software.
My people are
Razer
used to
usually
the desert
updates on
life.
its own.
Yeah, and it did. It ran an update. That's what.
Able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Is there a button to turn them off?
No, those don't have a button. However, you should be able to pull up Razer Synapse or even in the task manager, end Razer Synapse, and then just.
I may have to end it because it's not starting up. That may be it. I might have to force quit it.
It usually doesn't like that, especially with Razer products, but it usually
Yeah.
does just fine because
But it's not.
Manage.
It's not doing its thing though. It's not even starting up. So.
Yeah.
But at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
I occasionally have the same problem with my stuff.
Did not like whatever Windows update I did.
Oh, yeah. Razer usually hates Windows updates.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, the Ornata doesn't even have a button to turn off the lights.
Yeah, none that I've ever hit by accident.
Because, like, Razer, they just automatically do the chroma thing. there's not a button that turns it off unless you turn it off in the software settings.
It's honestly a software issue because I can't get it to pull up even the software. There it goes, finally something. This is probably not the one I need though. Nope, this is the mouse. That does me no good.
Are you using 2.0
More
or 3.0
people are used to the
snaps?
desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and
Let me
leave
see if it tells me.
sandstorms behind for a better life.
Is it a green cloud with a black background, or is it a green circle with like little 3-4 dot things? Like a dot in the center and like 3 little lines.
Yeah, I have both on here.
Both? Okay. Open, if you haven't opened the just all green with the 3 things,
The desert's
open
a
the
tough
cloud
adversary.
I opened the cloud one. That one opened, but that one only controls my mouse.
And whether you take
Okay,
on the
then you'll want to
challenge
open
is
the other one.
entirely up to you.
Yeah, and that's the one that refuses to open. That's probably why my keyboard's not working.
Yeah.
Because it tried to do an update earlier, and I thought it finished and maybe had failed.
Yeah, you should just be able to go under
Yeah, I should
your
do.
task manager and
Open.
and task.
Yeah, I did that, and then didn't end it. I mean, it did, but then it didn't.
Yeah, so I know with the Razer Synapse ones, you want to like close all 3 of them, or at least mine has all 3, and then you can open it.
Well, it's one of those things where you keep ending task on parts of it, but then it keeps starting itself back up, and it's not
People are used to the desert life.
actually ending it.
Weird.
I hope that one day they'll be able to find an
See, mine
oasis of
hasn't
their
been
own
doing that.
and leave the sandstorms
You're making sure
behind
it's
for a
not
better
Razer
life.
Central, right?
Yeah.
I end that? Will that just turn it off? Yeah, that breaks it. Okay. Okay.
Just gotta shut them all down. Hell with you guys. You're all turning off. This is loading with my.
Down.
Oh no.
You might have to kill the chroma, because those are a task in there too.
I saw that.
And it breaks the lights for a little bit, but your lights are already broken anyway, so should be okay.
Yeah, it's probably one of those things that's not gonna fix itself till a computer restart, unfortunately, because I keep telling it to open it and it just refuses to open it.
Yeah, you can troubleshoot it later.
Yeah, it's just aggravating, because... And look at my keys!
I know, I do the same thing.
Really?
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Never not had it light up before, that's the part that's blowing my mind.
Mine have done that before. And it's usually just because of a Windows update messing with the thingy.
Oh, you get to keep playing blind, I guess.
Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
Because it's not going to do it for me. Mm-hmm. 8 seconds of 20% each other, 20 HP. Floors remaining challenge time 60. Range. Challenge time longer than 90 seconds. Challenge time longer than. Also, now this thing won't close. Back to Genshin. Don't shoot it. Anyway. No, not R. E. Is he just gonna stay there in the air? Where did he go? Oh. I don't like that.
Wheel of life, sacred name, fortune preserver.
Okay.
I'm hungry.
Keep hitting R instead of E. So I'm like so.
I do that too.
Said I didn't realize how much I do this.
Go.
Gonna melt you. He's so tough.
A little bit.
He's just a little bit tough. Okay. Another level 45? Ruin Guard and a Blazing Axe. Jeez!
Yeah, those guys are real hard. That's
Yeah.
the whole reason why I haven't gotten past that yet.
Okay then. Restore damage by 300%. And its AoE by 100%. Ammo damage dealt by party members is increased by 70%. So they're saying you want swirl damage, which is what, wind?
Yes.
And ammo, of course. Like, I've never heard them call it swirl damage.
Yeah, so essentially swirl damage is when you get one type of element and then you add ammo to it. So it essentially like makes a wind tunnel around the enemy.
So we technically want the animo first and then the swirl then. Okay.
Oh, you want like either like pyro or anything other than animo, and then you get animo on top of that that creates the swirl.
Oh.
I just happen to use like pyro more often than anything, so I end up getting swirl that way.
I didn't feel that.
Who just shot me with a thing?
Like,
Ice boy.
orders given. Orders received. I'll go. Windblade! Let's get it on! You're dead meat!
Actually, we're currently working on the same thing.
Are we?
Yeah.
Oh. I don't need the immune one. Ah. And then I realized that this other guy's just sitting in the background, like, causing me damage, shooting me because they're on the opposite ends of the ring.
Yup. I'm having trouble right now. I can't do enough damage.
Yeah, I can't hit that. Yeah, I'm gonna run out of time this time, I think. Stop shooting me!
I fell off the edge.
I feel like this is the one time speed might have been better because I could zoom all over the place when they're like everywhere. Stat. Oh. I don't know how.
You did it!
I don't know how I did
did
that,
not.
but I did it.
You did it! I did not.
Ugh.
I fell.
The Dene! The Dene escaped. Oh, so how far does this go? It's a rabbit hole. Is it like infinite?
Not quite infinite, but it's definitely.
Attack damage 20, elemental mastery
Wait.
80.
Oh, hello, friend. I don't know who's joining. I can't see. Hold on. Oh, hi, turtle.
Hi, turtle! You coming here to talk to us? Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Everything.
It's all wrong, Mona. You're doing it.
I know, I believe it.
I have no idea. I was doing it wrong. My only Animo user is Traveler, and she's not even using anime.
Does he not have permissions to talk? Is he just not talking?
It's just muted.
Okay. Making sure that's all it is. Character normal charge attack damage 20%. Character elemental mastery 80. I don't know. We'll just go with attack damage because I don't know which one to put. Welcome, Afro. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Oof, I'm almost to level 10 on my animo statues.
I need to work on those.
I only need 10 more Animoculus. Really isn't a whole
Oh, it's these guys.
Opening box of Adepti Tricks. Last wheel of life.
They don't like to. They don't get affected by this very much. Okay, wrong character. But yeah. And then we're gonna. Yeah, just like we rehearsed. Yeah, that thing. That. Not really, but you know what I mean. I can get one down. I'm doing some good. But they're, you know, appear to be phased by much. That in mind, can I just shoot you off the course and out of the ring? Can I knock you over the edge and get rid of you? What? I fell over the edge. Did I? Or did I run out of time? Something happened.
No, you fell over the edge. I've done that a couple times already today.
I didn't know I could fall out of the ring.
Yeah.
Now I know. Recommended average level with 44. Not even all my characters are 44. I don't think. Maybe they are.
Yeah. Mine are definitely not a high enough level.
Let's try this.
It's fine.
Oof! Yes, right? Welcome, Afro. I hope you're doing good. Doesn't even start me off at full health.
No, you're stuck with whatever health you get whenever you end the thing. But yeah, if you end up falling, you just
Orders given. Orders received.
back.
Yep.
I done killed him.
So I gotta, you know, heal myself up here a little bit.
I didn't feel that. You asked for it. You ain't messing around. Look alive.
Does it really do anything? I just want to knock him out of the ring, you know? Like, come over here and go. And then come over here and go. Fly! Go away! Get off my course! Fall! I'm frozen? Froze myself, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Oh, come on, dude. No, that's rude. Take your ice and go somewhere else with it.
Who keeps freezing the hell out of me? One of these guys. Get around out of time. I don't like this.
I did it.
Oh yeah. Oh, I messed up. I didn't make. That wasn't waste too much time trying to line this up just right to actually do it. Ah! Why did they not? Ah! There. Frozen. Yeah, just chilling on Assassin's Creed. Nice. 15 seconds! I'm not gonna make it, Rain!
You got it. I believe in you. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. 7 out of 17.
Yeah.
I definitely thought you had.
8 out of 18? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a time added to the clock? How does that work? Do you get time added when you...
Anytime you kill him. Yeah, every time you kill him, I think.
Oh! I didn't know that. So that changes things.
Not entirely sure.
This guy did not die yet. Keep hitting the wrong button, as you can tell. There's just way too many of them. Yeah, I don't think I'm ready for this.
Yeah, I had to wait until I had higher level. Like, I'm currently just now doing it because I can't.
The whole reason I went to this was because under
Everything's
this.
ready. Let's go.
Clear
Oh, yeah.
floor 4, chamber 3 to invite Collie. So you have to get all the way to floor 4? Yeah, I'm not ready for floor
And then,
4 yet.
false choice.
Jeez.
Which gives you the other one.
What's that? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm not ready for 4th floor yet, because I'm sure that's like level 50 something people.
Yeah, I'm not about
Well,
to
it
try
sucks,
doing
because I
that.
only need one more. So I wanted to do that.
It sits there forever until you get them.
Does it? I thought it expired. Maybe it's just the wind bloom thing that
No,
expires.
those ones are permanent events. Windbloom and Fibro Crystal are
4 days, 8 hours. Gathering Outlanders. Check the best location is currently involved in the request. Please check the details. Yeah.
When I don't have much to keep me occupied, old thought patterns start to creep back in and...
It was still fun. I didn't do too bad, other than I felt like if my keyboard was working, that I'm gonna blame my keyboard. Mhm.
Guys. Orders given. Orders received.
No one caught the Pokemon. That's sad. If the event was completed, why is this thing still alive?
He's not part of the event.
But he's here in my way.
Oh, guess you gotta kill him.
Right? Get back here. Spreading evil. Kill all 5 opponents. Okay.
Windblade. Prepare to be blown away.
Just gonna blow you away, even though that doesn't seem to do anything. I'll just beat you up with Chi-Chi. Slowly but surely.
Hi, you Kaya.
Life goes on. We all have life.
Now you're in trouble. The bubble's gone. So are the random events part of the wind bloom? Is that what it is?
No, random events are just random events.
They just seem new to me. Like I just unlocked that is from started happening.
Their proximity essentially. The random events just pop up if you're close enough to them. And they do time out after a little while, because I had one that just like disappeared from me when I was gonna try and get it.
Oh, let me fly up there.
Sacred name, fortune preserver.
My grandparents sent me a check for my birthday,
Life goes on.
so I bought myself some popcorn for my little heart.
Aww. Oh, I just gotta destroy the towers. I forgot. I don't have to worry about them.
It's my birthday present from my grandparents.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Yeah.
AKA they sent me $25 on a check. Yeah. I think something was going on with her phone. Her phone.
Yeah. Ah!
I didn't feel that. Wheel of life.
Go get him. The towers. Yeah, now I realize there's a chest here that I want, so now I'm just gonna finish taking these guys out so I can grab this chest.
Heck yes.
welcome to the stream. Hello.
These pegboards are so nice. I'm so excited.
Oh, get off there.
Yeah, Michael's. I got my little cart from Michael's, and they have like these little like modular things that you can add to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been slowly but surely buying them.
Oh.
So nice.
Go get this chest up here.
Tanya!
And welcome to the stream. Welcome.
Here a second ago.
It's Shay No Games. It's Shay. Is that how you say it? How do you say your name? Welcome to the stream.
Tanya, Shinha? I have no idea who.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know who Shinha is, but Shang Yu, I have no clue.
Ah!
Yes, yes.
I'm still fairly new to all the characters. Myself, still learning, but mind if I
Haven't
ask
proceeded
if
very
you know what
far
the next
into
banner
story.
is? Oh, I've heard the next banner is. Turtle, you pinned it in Discord, didn't you? The next few banners are.
Wasn't it,
Games.
was Albedo one of them?
Yeah, look. It is. It says, Eugene, drink water? I don't play Genshin, so I don't know, but maybe because they get along well. Which one were you saying it was?
Was it Albedo?
Albio is 3.7? Question mark? Yeah.
Yeah, Albedo.
Yeah, it says Zhongli. I'm gonna butcher these words. Zhongli.
That's the one I'm excited about is Zhongli.
Eula, Wanderer, Albedo, and Momoko? Momoka?
Momoka, yeah.
Yeah. We have them posted in Discord for 3.8 as well. 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8 posted. If you guys want to join and look in the Genshin channel, you're more than welcome.
I don't want to have to wait. Well, I guess I could deal with getting Daiju, but I really want Zhongli.
But yeah, welcome to the
He's
stream.
so cool.
And thank you for the drink water, Crowley. Thank you. Much appreciated. And I have Lady Ring here with me if you guys were wondering. Your anime pink hair and hoodie are so cool. Thank you. Yeah, I got my Twitch hoodie on, so.
I was muted this whole time.
Yeah, you've been muted the whole stream.
Know that?
Yeah, I forgot my controller's on auto mute when I play Call of Duty, so I forgot that button was blighted.
Yeah, you haven't been talking, man. We've been like, this would be much easier.
I've been talking to myself this whole time.
Cause you're the brains behind this. You know everything. So yes, tell us about the next banners.
3.6.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baizu, which is Chi-Chi's teacher, or the green-haired dude from the pharmacist. Nilo, Ganyu, Nahira, and Kabe.
Beautiful hoodie. Thank you. I love this hoodie. It's super comfy.
I'm feeling alright today. I'll take the chance to try to get some more down than usual.
I hate myself.
I hope my keyboard isn't broke.
Well, don't do that.
I still think it's software. I think the software is just not running, so it's not lit up.
It's usually software when it comes to the Razer stuff.
Yeah, that's why my headphones died.
Especially the newer ones. Now, the headphones are a whole nother story. The, 2016 models of the headphones lasted quite a long time, but now, the new headphones, the old ones, just,
You didn't even know he had a shield on. What shield?
Oh.
Yep. But see, yeah, I'm just turning around. It's not.
See, Mono? That's what you're supposed to do at the...
I know, you taught me. I didn't know I could just keep spamming the button until you
No,
said so.
I told you to combine skills to do more damage.
Cool.
Yeah, but
No, I was
also
talking about
we're
the spam
really low
button.
level.
Crisis, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the sub, man. Welcome to the stream. Like I'm watching Mono get her butt kicked. Yeah, I combine sometimes. Cub, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for that prime sub. Much appreciated.
Faster? Okay, faster.
You guys are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What did I miss? I heard something. Oh no, I'm scared.
If I didn't know better, I would think the turtle was my coworker.
Your coworker.
I hope not.
Gee, thanks.
Turtle is your coworker? What?
No, if I didn't know any better.
Oh.
They sound similar and like they both like to seem to make voices.
Yeah, I forget people don't really know what Turtle sounds like. But he does speak. He does have a voice. You just have to be playing the game that he's super interested.
Why wouldn't I have a voice? Am I an animal?
Yes, you're a myrtle. We know this. You're not even a turtle. You're a cat turtle. Like I do. Yes, Meowguard has a voice that I've only ever heard one night. Ever. And that was going to karaoke stream. And he plays guitar and sings. I'm like, dang! Meow, you have a voice. These quiet people freak me out. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow, okay. I'll just leave.
No, don't leave! It freaks you out. I just feel honored and privileged when I hear you guys speak. I'm like, dang. You must be doing something right.
It's so I can put like my hot glue gun and stuff on it.
Meow. That's not what I meant to do. But yeah. Meow.
Tuesday,
Yeah.
use it again. Here you go.
Pew, 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 pew. Pick up all the flowers, all the things, all the stuff. When I show my voice, I go big. Apparently, my app crashed. Be right back. Okay. No, at least your whole computer hadn't freaking crashed, right? Oh god. And computer still isn't working right. Oh, this is not even where I need to be. I need to go to the winery.
You would go to the winery.
This is gonna teach me, like, old school not be dependent on my keyboard, because I was like, I don't even know where the freaking M key is. I have to look down for it. I'm like, oh, right, I can't see it. Just start pushing buttons and hope you hit the M key.
It's just down and to the right from the J key.
Right, but I don't normally, when you're running on AWS, you don't really have your, I don't know, I guess I don't really have my hands in the right position because my hands are too small. I usually have my hands shifted to the, left for the shift, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's one hand position over, back and forth. You slide back and forth for typing versus gaming. And that's what messes me up, because most of the time I'm typing, not gaming. And typing and doing key commands.
Did I miss a button for the game?
Yeah, you missed a button.
Yeah.
Could just change it. Makes it easier.
That'll probably just confuse me at this point.
No, that's too easy for Mono.
After 5 years, it would probably confuse me even more. Let's be real.
Yeah,
And
it's
she works
really
for
easy to confuse you.
she uses her keyboard every day.
Yeah. I used to hate it when I had the tall keys because I use Mac keyboards at work that are flat. So I had to get the Ornado that has the half height keys because that helps. Jay!
Those darn boys.
Welcome.
It's a J.
Teleport to go do things and stuff. Hello, hello, hello! Welcome to Steam! Welcome. Thank you again for the gifted sub, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for lurking and hanging out. Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Welcome. Yeah. Game. There. Almost. Stream starting soon, almost, yeah. we're just flying by the seats of our pants tonight. Just want to reboot and start over. Mentally. And physically. Let's just start the day over. That'd be great. Medicine? Let me check. Oh. Yeah. Insufficient flour, what? Submit? Yeah. That was... There we go. I'm back lurking out loud. Okay! What? Report back to Turner. Okay. Bit. Teleport. So do you guys try to like do the statues like in different amounts or all at once, or does it matter, or
I just get them as I go, and then like
as you're at one?
when I'm there.
I use
much.
the Hoyo map because so I can keep track which one I got.
I can do that.
So do they all max out at 10?
Yes.
No. Well, the level 10, yes. Not 10 Animoculus. Because, like, I currently need 10 more Animoculus for the Animo thing, but I need 15 total for it. I didn't think of the Hoyo map. Why I be dumb? Oh, speaking of dumb things.
I'm gonna read the sign. token.
Oh my god. The interaction between Kalei and Sucrose is hilarious.
Ad Astra Abyssosque.
I'm doing the Lindblom event.
Oh.
Thank you for completing today's commission.
I think I need to do my. I'm lazy.
Ad Astra Abyssosque.
I just started it, to be honest. Go, Monty. Go! Goodness. Go lay down.
No.
What'd you do?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
I'm pretty sure I bought all the recipes from her. It's the other cities that I keep forgetting to go and look for all the recipes that you're supposed to get.
Yeah.
I always forget the other cities. Yeah, this one I have them all.
For now.
Yeah.
You'll get more.
How do I make sure? Let's first. This. All these things. So we're supposed to use these? No.
Oh, that's for a teapot that you don't have.
There's no point doing them yet.
Well, you can still learn them. You just don't have the teapot.
Why does that keep making stuff? It just makes stuff infinitely?
It's a
No,
reliquary.
you learned it.
No, she's talking about
Oh.
the box. The reliquary.
Oh, those are from the domain you just did.
Yeah.
So I don't do anything, I just keep doing it?
Yeah.
Till
Yeah.
it stops?
They're your rewards.
Oh, there was just that many.
Yeah.
Wait, Kimono, did you use your resin? Oh no.
I was talking
I
about.
might have accidentally used all of my resin.
You weren't supposed to.
I know. Like, is it really that important though?
For right now, no. Later on, yes. For grinding artifacts and stuff.
Oh, well, I'm not really worried about artifacts. I just want characters.
I don't know what to talk about.
Who needs artifacts when all you need is characters?
Yeah.
Not really. Oh.
Just means we have to work harder later, right?
Yeah, it's a problem for future us.
Yep. Not currently.
Well, good luck. Wish I could give you mine.
How do I make sure this is active?
Guess the number.
Gathering of the Outlanders, go to Monset Gate. At the window of the festival approaches, the Paimon returns to my side grass.
That's where you
Okay,
have
so I gotta go to the gate. The gate that I've been
That's too
avoiding.
much.
Too much?
Yeah, because I've been using them. Not anymore.
Well, so like you use them for like your like essentially your original resin, right? Like you're just using it to make original resin.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all I did. I usually just do the thingies with Mono. So it's fine.
It's all good.
Oh, it's Mono. That's different.
Ah!
Well, she needs help in places, and you know, us higher level people.
Wait,
Shush!
shouldn't you be world level 2 by now?
You would
You
think,
should.
but she can't ascend. She doesn't have the
She
leveling
has
in her character.
almost 35,000 more XP than what she needs.
Shh! We won't talk about
Yeah,
it.
I do too.
35,000.
We won't talk about it.
I do too.
I need to work on my
Same.
talents or whatever that is.
What?
You don't have to worry about the talents. You literally just need to level your characters and ascend them and get them up, and then you can do it.
She can actually do it. She just doesn't. She's not doing it.
Windbloom. Gather alligators, Windbloom Festival. How do I do this? At the Windbloom Festival, purchase your private terms sponsor. I grasp
Just
the
about a quest.
Yeah, you've already got it.
Oh, she has to do. Uh-oh.
this?
Oh, quest location is currently involved in other quests, so you have something else going on. Oh, you have the Lupical and Dark Knight Heroes. Dark Knight Heroes is the one
That's
that you
interfering.
need to take. Yeah.
What is that?
Dark Knight Hero?
Yeah?
You gotta go to the tavern.
Meh.
Do your story quests.
Meh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Mammy, do it right now.
Do what right now?
You're making fun of me. I'll fight you.
Well, no, there's a cat cavern on the area you are, but you haven't unlocked it.
I know, it's still closed. The cat bar, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you haven't unlocked it yet.
Where is this person? Up the stairs?
I haven't unlocked it. I'm awful at it though.
Change the in-game time.
I've never done that before. How do I do
Open
that?
up your Paimon menu. So your your menu where you do all your purchases and stuff. Well, not really. Yeah, and then above the
There's a clock thing on the
log
left
button.
side.
Yeah.
There it
There
is.
we go. And you can change the time.
The 9 it said? That's the first time I've ever done that.
Yeah, you'll have to get used to using it because you'll
14.
have to use it in the future.
14.
Okay.
1, 2, breathe. 3, 4, and
Let's go outside and come back in.
No, so change the time to 19.
Oh.
Online.
I didn't know who you were talking to.
And it also says night, not daytime.
I don't think she quite knows the 24-hour clock.
It's 19, so we gotta do the nighttime at 9?
Yeah, but there's an
19
icon right
is 7
there.
o'clock at night.
There?
Yeah, there's icons there.
That in
Morning, evening, dawn.
Yeah.
No, you gotta slide it. Yeah, unfortunately, you still have to slide it.
Slide what?
the little timer, but like just
19.
slide it over to the half dark one.
Why so much? No, 19.
Right?
That's the next day.
Cancel?
Mona. grow it to 19.
God. She give up.
19? I don't understand. That's 9:31. What time were we talking about?
So that is
19.
9:31 in the morning. You want 19, which is essentially 7 at night.
Okay, there we go.
So you just slide it till it says 19.
Kids are so mean to me. I've never used this clock before.
It's okay. You're learning.
Don't like it.
We're probably not the best at explaining it.
No.
But it's fine. You eventually got it. No, I'm gonna order a puzzle on Friday.
Greetings, Mr.
Yes.
Hoffman of the Knights of Favonius.
It's another part
To
of the
what-
series
oh,
that I bought the other day.
Nothing. Traveler. Fancy meeting you here.
You've created this heathen. Monster, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, okay. It's all the cookies.
Cookies. What cookies? I ate all my cookies.
Oh, we were in the mood for an evening stroll.
What would you like to drink? I'll have a dandelion wine, I suppose.
Oh, this
I
wine
don't
looks so
like apple
gross.
juice. Aw,
I don't have her
Paimon
yet.
forgot to bring her coin pouch.
I want her though.
Do you have any more on you?
Sir forgot to bring
I
mine.
must regretfully ask you to come back when you can pay. Well, in that case, let this be my treat.
I don't think they forgot their coin pouches.
We'll be back in a jiffy.
No, definitely not. Just definitely trying to make the knights pay for everything.
Oh, I hate that. Clicking on the wrong things.
I do that too, it's okay.
I don't want to know who you are for the 100th time.
No, you sound like me.
I just want to go out the freaking door. Don't look at me.
Husband showed up just as expected. Okay, remember the plan? Go to the city's side gate and place the elemental bait. Whoa! You used all of it! This is gonna be pretty epic. Thanks. Here comes the slimes. Quick, let's get to the tavern before anyone spots us.
What the heck is that in the background? Is that a dog?
Totally a dog.
I can hear
What are you-
breathe and breathe. Oh my god.
Huh?
I keep hearing it breathe and breathe in the background.
Something
Captain
breathing?
Kaya is no doubt a formidable
Yeah,
knight,
dog
but
breathing
he
in
also
game.
brings us more than his
Oh,
share
what?
of hassle.
That's weird.
Yeah, during the
No, this
Kale
isn't right.
and
I should not be talking
Sucrose
about my superior in such a
talking.
manner.
Oh
If
my
he were to
god.
overhear me.
Are you enjoying their interaction?
We're back. Is my
No, I'm
apple juice
skipping
ready?
the scene.
That's rude.
I always skip scenes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Ah!
I
Hi,
don't-
Mono!
I don't skip it.
Nico welcome to the stream! Oh. Ears are coming off. That's weather. It's giving me a headache. I ain't got time for headaches.
I figure if they have the money to
What is
like
it? What happened?
do the voice acting, I might as well just like listen to the scenes.
Mr. Huffman.
Slimes, Mr. Huffman. Slimes. Getting my Xbox today.
Same thing with Final
Bye.
Fantasy. I do that with Final Fantasy too.
Buy to PC, but still have my Steam Deck for Steam games. Nice.
Slimes.
Can't wait for
You
that
see them all the time.
anime.
What's the big panic?
What?
We do, but... Sir, there are more slimes out there now than all the slimes
Yes.
I've seen in my life added together.
Yeah, there's a trailer for it. And oh my god, the graphics on it.
This guy. There's more slimes out there than I've seen in my entire life.
Right? Same though.
Oh, poor dude. There, I moved my face. My sound is still buggy. I'm gonna adjust something real quick. Drives me down. Let's try that.
Whoa.
Paimon, you're not very good at this!
Secret weapon. But I have another matter to attend to here. Oh?
You mean
The
to tell
matter
me
of your
I could've
dandelion
used
wine?
the stupid interactive map to find the third box?
No,
Now I'm mad.
So this is how the Knights of Favonius conduct themselves in a crisis.
They have to finish their wine. They can't leave.
The Abyss Order is encroaching on the city gates, and your response is to sit here drinking wine? It's like I've always said, the Knights are not to be trusted. Master G. Luke is right. My
The
conduct
interactive
here has
map, is
been
there a way to like
below par. I shall set off at once.
filter out
But
the ones
first-
you've already gotten without actually selecting the thing?
May I have a quiet
No,
word?
you have to select the.
Huh?
Yeah.
Shh, keep your voice down. I presume you know what this is about.
Welcome to grinding.
Please watch D look for me. Do not let him leave under any circumstances. I must head to the side gate, but I'll be back shortly. I'm counting on you.
I've got
Good.
so many
That's him
though.
out of the way.
Everything's going according to plan.
There's also a gadget
I must
that
get going too.
pings a
I won't have a
close
second to spare if I'm to be
animalculus.
back in time.
Yeah, but it's not reusable.
Hmm.
So I have to sit and make it.
No! Why does it always click on him? I'm so far away from him, it isn't funny. This just makes me mad.
You just keep wanting to talk to Jose. It's fine.
I don't.
You love Jose. We love Jose.
I'm not enough hearing about his bard adventures.
I was born in San Jose.
He's been there since the beginning of the game.
Really
They never
has.
moved him.
Nope. I have to babysit Kale. Oh my god. Why do they leave me to the babysitting jobs?
Ah, there you are. Dealing with you will be the easy part.
Sure, we make billions of dollars, but let's use the same animation for every character.
Yeah.
You got the the no finger, and the looking down thinking.
Dang. Take back the loop.
Oh. Oh, the seed.
Ew, that sword.
That scene with
That's not you.
Luke is probably my favorite. I love him. That needs pyro. Fire makes everything better.
He was good until Hotel came.
Fair. How does he work? Yeah, I think I can help Mono build Diluc, but... Turtle, how do you use Diluc? Says the one who doesn't use real characters.
Yeah.
I should be the go-to when it comes to Diluc at this point.
Ah!
I have his weapon. I still want to build him.
Okay, just hand
Ew,
over the
man.
weapon.
Oh, I hate man.
That's fair.
I wish I could give you the weapon. I don't even use it for anybody. Not anymore.
Why freeze me? That's it, you're gonna die, dude. Just wait. Just wait.
You have Chi-Chi to heal him. And freeze the wizard thing.
True. Chi-Chi's better.
Orders given. Orders received.
He's about to die.
Classic Master Dealer.
Mono, why
Not a
are you
bad
using
glove
ice
standing.
against ice?
Shh. It was water.
Nothing more than a few hilly churls. No time to chat. I don't know how long those slimes will keep Huffman occupied.
Glad
Yeah.
you
How long is this scene? Oh my god.
Do you think Huffman is back yet?
What?
I felt too, dude. Same.
Life goes on.
Wanted to roast some bird legs and I missed. Must like you, yeah, Jay.
I love the speaking interaction. Can you leave that to the anime, not here, please?
No. No, it's gotta be now.
I am so confused.
It's gotta be now because you're complaining about it.
I'm so confused.
It's the event.
Oh, thank god.
Or are
I
you
can
confused
remember.
about Diluc? Mono.
Where do you think you're going?
Which one are you confused about? Are you confused about Diluc or
Y'all's
about Diluc?
conversations. I'm like trying to keep up with myself here.
It's okay. You're allowed to be confused about our conversation.
Why can't I find my way back into the dang tavern? I don't know where I'm going. There. You notice she looks at the board because she wants to read the board for the 500th time. She didn't want to go into the tavern.
Seems Huffman hasn't yet returned. He made it in time.
The situation is sorted now. I never expected that the Abyss Order's army would turn out to be nothing more than a few slimes.
That is a surprise. Perhaps the Knight's true calling is to be slime exterminators. Who knows? Domestic pest control may turn out to be a more valuable use of your resources.
Master Diluc, please, have you no respect at all? How come you're sweating so much? You didn't leave, did you? Is it? But if that's the case, why are you also out of breath?
Uh-oh. Huffman is getting suspicious.
Excuse me, sir. Might I
Yeah,
be
call
so
the Pokemon.
bold as to inquire? did you see Master D. Luke? I mean, today's bartender. Did you see him leave just now?
Yikes! He's asking other customers. We're done for.
Master D. Luke? Why, no. He's been behind the bar this entire time.
Wow, is a turtle gift?
Oh my god, Turtle! You're so bad! Thank you for gifting us up to Danielle Thor.
Why am I bad? What?
Thank you, no. Thank you.
Causing trouble.
Neko-chan!
Am I supposed to keep speaking so I'm nice?
No. You're nice.
I see.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the stars.
Tier 1 sub to Knit Rain.
Night Rain got a sub. She'll be happy. She'll be super happy. She'll be like, yay!
No, she won't. She'll be like, oh, turtle now.
Maybe.
My butt hurts.
Mr. Huffman, dandelion wine.
That's right.
Okay. So it doesn't record. Thank God.
Who hurt you, Mono?
Oh, I've been sitting too much for days.
Never mind. I must be going. I should report back. Here, take this as a token of my esteem.
I have not been exercising, apparently.
How odd.
Oh, yeah.
Whew, that was too close.
Stretch break?
Finally,
Yeah.
sure we were toast.
Yeah.
Toast.
I foresaw this eventuality.
Wait, there's another
So,
camera?
all the guests here tonight,
What?
save you two, are my own people
Yeah.
from the Dawn
For the
Riders.
event, they're giving us another camera?
A third one?
Yeah, that's the third one. I have 2 of them.
What cameras are we
Yeah,
talking
'cause I
about? Oh,
got
in the
the
game?
first like prototype, and then you get the
Not
new
all of
one.
them. Or should I say,
now we're
There's
getting
the regular
third
camera,
one.
there's the special camera, and now the third one.
I just
Is the
picked a
special
good
camera the
spot
one
to
that you
quietly
do
sit
with
and watch the show?
Jinghua?
I
Is it his
think
brother,
so.
right? I think you get it from his brother, like the prototype one.
What? You've been here this
I don't
whole
remember.
time?
Did you get it from Inazuma?
The Dark Knight Hero's
No,
Alibi.
I got mine in Leoa.
I think it's my favorite chapter so far.
I got both of mine in Leoa.
More intriguing than a fine wine.
Don't remember. It's been years.
So, you plan to report
Oh, that's right,
everything to
'cause
the Knights of
You've been
Favonius?
playing for a long time.
Come now, D-Luke. You know me better than that.
Literal years.
I have no interest in exposing secrets. I was just curious to see how far Mondstadt's Dark Knight hero would really go. And you did not disappoint.
I have nothing to prove to you.
Oh, naturally. I must say, though, one thing I didn't see coming is that the mighty Dark Knight hero would actually need help from other people.
Sorry, we're closing. Please see yourselves out.
All right, all right. I have no further need of wine to entertain myself tonight in any case. Just
Oh
one
no!
last
Why is
yeah,
it
we didn't get
mean?
From an event.
It had better be the very last thing.
I feel strangely comforted by the fact you now have an assistant, D-Luke. I hope you all have a wonderful night.
Kaya, you're a butthead.
Who?
Yeah, Mono. Jeez.
Kaya.
What was all that
Oh,
about?
yeah, he is a little bit of a butthead. What happens when you got 2 brothers in the same room?
Don't mind him.
Oh, because they're brothers? Oh, that makes even more sense.
Thank you for all your help with this matter.
Fire and ice.
This is a token of my gratitude.
Yup.
Natural enemies.
Thanks, Master D-Luke.
I'm in the habit of working alone.
Oh, so this is the cat cafe.
I did enjoy
I never been in
having
here.
your in the future, if there's anything you ever need, you can come to me for help.
Oh my God. that's a
Never
lot.
actually been in the cat cafe?
No.
Oh my god.
Quest complete. Yay! Does that mean I could do the other thing now?
I mean, I guess.
Watch it says no.
It's probably gonna say no. It's probably gonna say no. Now you gotta do the Outlanders thing.
Probably.
Go to Mondstadt Gate. Navigate. Go.
Somewhere cooler.
Let me out. I'm rubbing
There's
my
a lot of
nose on the
scenes that I
freaking door.
recorded when I first started the game from events that don't show anymore.
Rip.
Yeah, they're on my at my console.
That makes sense.
Oh, we're doing stretch break too, aren't we, Jay?
Ew.
Check our stretch break.
Stretches.
Me? Sometimes. Oh.
I'm constantly stretching. Look at my fingers.
I can't see your fingers.
Such a great view.
See, I'm stretching. Oh, that actually hurt.
God, my body hurts. Why is this humble windmill such a great view?
I mean, it's understandable. It must have been a long time since you last came to Mondstadt.
Because it is the true Great Vayu Viastra.
What?
Senna.
I don't. What? Diona.
How do you say this one's name? Nari?
Tenari.
Tenari?
Tenari.
Tenari? No.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me you don't get it.
Oh.
View, Vayu, and also Mahamatra, Vayu Viastra.
Hanari, Sino, over here!
Inari. Mm-hmm.
No,
Am I glad to
Tenari.
see you.
Paimon says Tenari. Tenari.
Look, we're fucking American, okay?
Yeah.
Who's this young lady?
Oh, I'm American
Master,
too.
This is Sucrose, an alchemist with the Knights of Favonius. Hey, just Sucrose?
Yeah,
This is
Mono
my
also
teacher, Tainari.
struggles with
He's a
pronouncing
highly
words,
respected
so
forest watcher in Sumeru.
trying
and
to
he's
get
also
her to
a very
pronounce it
famous
correctly is
botanist.
not gonna happen.
I don't even hear it correctly, and I will pronounce it correctly.
Yeah.
That's probably why I can't pronounce it correctly. I don't hear it correctly. It goes in one ear and out the other.
Exaggerating. I'm Tainari.
Yeah,
Pleased
it's
to meet you.
pretty common to hear it incorrectly.
Tig. Nada.
So you have a teacher as well.
Is it awful? I
The
skip
pleasure is all
unimportant
mine, Tainari, sir.
characters' voices until someone else talks.
Yep, he's extremely knowledgeable too.
Jacket's off.
Oh, so this is the card game
General
area.
Mahamatra
Okay.
Sino of the Sumeru Academia. He's really famous in Sumeru as well.
Oh.
Greetings. Though if I might say so, we're purely here for personal reasons.
Yeah, isn't the card game
You need
area
to be
nice?
unduly
Right.
concerned with our official positions. And Kale,
Yeah, I haven't started
there's no
that either.
need to use my full title.
And you've
Sino
been
is
playing
fine.
how long?
Or sir, if you absolutely must.
Indeed. We're not here in an official capacity.
Is it important to
Just
do
keep
it? I
Kale
don't
company
want
on her
to.
vacation.
No, it's really not that
But
important,
it was
but
you two that
I mean,
insisted on coming.
Kale is very
it's
important to us.
XP.
We felt obliged to ensure her
I don't
safety
need
on the long,
XP.
treacherous
XP
journey
just
to
turns to
Mondstadt.
money.
But I've
Oh.
been here on my own.
Oh,
loads
you're
of
that
times
high level,
before.
huh?
Yeah, I'm already maxed.
Oh.
What about your work, though?
Lame.
What if something bad happens while the General Mahamatra's away?
There
Don't
should
know
be
how to
no
put
issues.
together a puzzle,
I have left my
honestly.
duties in the hands of my subordinates,
Oh my
and
god,
two
I miss the
especially
again.
reliable
Fuck, man.
helpers.
Oh,
Videos every
Sucrose.
time.
What were you saying about you having a teacher as well? I was just going to mention that I think we're in a somewhat
Oh,
similar
no.
situation. I'm an assistant to Mr. Albedo, Mondstadt's
Oh,
genius
no.
alchemist.
Oh, please, Sucrose.
Okay.
Genius is an unnecessary
Words are
epithet.
hard.
It will serve only to leave an exaggerated impression of me in the minds of our guests.
Albedo.
I want Kaino so bad.
Mr. Albedo, but it is an objective truth. Hey, Albedo's here too! Great!
I didn't
The more
realize
the
Tonari
merrier.
was a guy.
Didn't
So
know?
tell me, Sucrose, since your specialty is bioalchemy,
I just
what do you
assumed
know about the
Tonari was another
antitoxic
female
properties of the
character.
calla lily?
Wait!
No.
Can we hold off on the nerdy topic for now?
I thought you should know, because all females have at least some.
Oh, as it happens,
Some jiggle physics.
Yes.
I thought that they were being inclusive and allowing non-jiggly women,
If you're
okay?
interested, Mr. Tainari,
Yeah,
sir,
this is a Chinese
I can
game.
go
That's
get
not
it
gonna
for you.
happen.
We're supposed to be here on vacation, and you're already thinking about how to improve your herbal medicines? Also, I thought we'd
No,
agreed to
cannot.
take on new identities for
It
this
will
trip.
eat the pipes.
What new identities?
Mine was Adventurer Sino,
Hmm?
skilled desert explorer. Tainari's was technological consultant to the treasure hoarders.
Our
And Kale's
sync
was
is
traveling musician.
backing up.
Very much so.
I do wish some of the less cautious adventurers in the Avidya forest would consider coming to Mondstadt
I have
instead.
to calibrate this?
What
Oh,
Philanimo
God.
mushrooms lack in texture,
Coffins
they
become
make up for in not causing vomiting or
rockets during
diarrhea.
earthquakes. Oh my god.
Are you contemplating using some
Oh, I guess. I guess it could be.
Yes.
Oh, welcome to the stream.
Here, and my initial research suggests to me that it could be worth a try.
Wow. I don't.
Okay, I got
it's
it.
gonna be hard.
But as much as I don't wish to be a wet blanket, it takes a huge amount of experimental data.
Azzy! Yes, Genshin.
Estimating the total development time would be very difficult.
Why can't the toilet paper
Having
cross
time
the
to
road?
make
I
your
don't
inventory of
know.
essential materials, and I'm not sure if we could complete development before you need to return.
You got stuck in the crack. Ew.
Then please,
What he said.
allow me to help.
Mr. Albedo.
Apologies for my tardy entrance in the present discussion. I understand you're looking to make an antidote for poisonous fungi, correct? If you happen to
Like we're
have some
talking about toe
sample
fungus or something.
relevant documentation on hand, perhaps you might give me the chance to review them later. But before that,
A cow in an earthquake? I don't know. A milkshake? Sounds like a milkshake. Yes. I like that one. Ozzy! Welcome to the stream! Pokecatch, guys, if you play Pokemon.
No, I play Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh, lodging arrangements, blah 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 blah.
Food and lodging arrangements? Were you quietly writing this up the whole time? Paimon didn't even
I want food. I'm still trying to take this stretch break. It hasn't happened yet.
hardly. Rather, I should apologize for interrupting a serious discussion between trained professionals, especially after they've traveled so far to be here, when I myself am neither an adventurer, technological consultant, nor a musician. Nevertheless, I would encourage you to have a knowledgeable local arrange your detailed itinerary while you're in Mondstadt. Take a look. And should you find anything here to be objectionable, it can easily be adjusted.
This is too kind of you. These arrangements are quite excellent.
It looks great! Even Paimon feels like tagging along for the food and board. Wait! Doesn't Paimon's opinion matter anymore? Paimon's technically a guest in Mondstadt too, you know.
Very comprehensive. The adventurer, technological consultant, and
I'm
musician.
just annoying. Thank you.
Just one thing. We'd like the chance to cook as
wasn't bad
well.
for my first
Why don't
song.
we change the group dinner to a camping and cooking trip?
I'll help pitch the tents.
Oh god. I'm glad it was a woman that said that line.
To order some starters. Mondstadt's
Can't help it.
Great, then it's decided. Sucrose and I will bring the three of you to your inn for a quick rest. You two, let's meet by the lake this evening.
Let's meet by the lake this evening. Yes. Clumsy Momo, oh my! I'm just glad Collie said she was the one that volunteered to pitch the tents. Because, you know, just no reason. The timing I have, yes. You have the best timing, Momo. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, Momo, the puppy.
Haha, hero. Don't play innocent, meow. Okay, so we gotta come here. First, I am gonna take a stretch break really quick. I'm gonna go grab another drink because this one's right at the bottom. Stretch my legs because my bottom's hurting from sitting. I don't know what the deal is. I sat too much. But I'll be right back, guys. The Lady Rain will still probably be here, and Turtle's here too, so. Just, you can talk to them. You try. Oh no, you lost a puzzle piece.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to it.
I scared her away again. Yes, it was Momo running away. Help! Run! Here we go, here we go. Oh, where's the... Do I have this? There we go. Oh, burn Komenobot. And then I can leave you guys with a word of the moment. A quote of the moment. There you go. Y'all can figure out which one. We went camping. All of us are going camping, but Callie is gonna pitch the tent. Collie's gonna pitch the tent. We're just leaving with that. There we go. Mona's gonna lick and run. Haha.
Let's go somewhere cooler.
There are so many good bargains during the Windbloom Festival. No, I need to save money.
Breathe. 3, 4, and
So Genshin, is this really hard? This is not hard. Any harder?
Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and let's go somewhere cooler. One,
I needed to put in a request to get our bathroom sink fixed. I'm still trying to find the stupid edge piece.
I'm back! Causing trouble. Put my ears in.
They'll never come back.
There are so many good bargains during the Wind Bloom Festival.
Are you really back?
No,
A drink.
to save money.
Not only drink.
I found the edge piece. I did it.
Drink.
I found it.
And I brought nachos and cheese. Nachos and cheese and drink. Ken's on stretch break. Oh, it said healing jammy potions. Oh, welcome back on. Yes, yes. Happy belated pie day. Oh, I never got any pie. Jamie, welcome.
We were selling pie for $3.14 because it was Pie Day.
Ah!
Pie though, but
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can I get a shout out for Jamie Win?
no.
Mods in chat. Not in stream. Rude.
No, I love Jamie.
I didn't realize I licked right as Jamie came in and I ran away. Jamie came in and I ran away. Yay. I'm such a good streamer friend there. Just go on stretch break right when Jamie jumps in.
Sounds about right.
Oh, thank you so much for giving Jamie a shout out. Thank you, thank
I'm
you.
the only mod present.
Actual motivate for me. Yeah. Oh, they were lurking. They were lurking. I don't know where they went.
They disappear like they always do.
They lurk and they run.
They're like, oh, she can handle it.
They're like, Rain's here. We don't need any more authority. Rain can murder everyone.
They know I would too. It's hilarious.
Kill me slowly, please.
They're like, Rain's here. We're all good. We can go lurk, play games. I'm doing good. I've been good lately. Was under the weather too, but I'm 100% now. I'm glad you're doing better, Meow, and I hope you feel much better. Completely better. Very soon, Jamie. Maybe. How was karaoke night? I felt so bad I missed it. I've had a crazy schedule lately. I'm tempted to go back and watch it, because I know you said your dad was on stream and all that cool stuff. I was like, I miss karaoke. I'm sad every time I miss them. I look forward to them every time you do one, and then I miss them. And I'm like, no! Life just doesn't let me attend them.
There are so many good bargains during the
It was great. Couldn't keep the VOD because I got muted a bunch last time, but next time we'll hopefully have you back. Oh, this is understandable not being able to keep the VOD. I will tell you a trick though. For yourself, even though you don't keep the VOD, Twitch still saves it. And you can go download it yourself as a streamer and have it for your personal use. And take, you know, sections of it out just to share with your Discord or whatever. Make your own little mini clips and stuff. But yeah, even though you tell it not to record it, it still technically records it. Just only for you to see. And you can go in there and download it. I found that out afterwards, and I uploaded mine to YouTube. So that's what I did. I downloaded it, and I uploaded it to YouTube.
I already forgot.
Totally, I have all my VODs forever, but I never thought to put it on Discord. You're so smart. I uploaded it to YouTube. Because YouTube's different. If you have stuff in there you shouldn't have that you just don't get monetized on it. But you can still upload it, you know? So, I don't know. That's what I ended up doing with my karaoke streams. I put them on YouTube. Yeah, well, you can upload up to a 12-hour VOD to YouTube directly from Twitch if you choose. Twitch has a direct upload. The quality isn't very high, but you could do that. Or you can download it to your computer, then upload it to YouTube, and it's got a higher quality. Just depends on how much time you have on your hands. And computer space. Did that once, but hey. Honestly, I just started getting into it, really.
Drop a like and sub to YouTube.
Hmm?
Drop a like and sub to Kimono.
Yeah. Turtle Sticker, dropping like and sub to Kimono on YouTube. Thank you, Turtle. I need my, what? Not even to 100 subscribers yet. I've had YouTube for like, I don't know, 5 years? I don't know. I'm terrible.
I'll give you a fat smooch if you do it.
He's gonna give you a kiss. Lovely. Thanks for the try meal. But yeah. Alright. We have to talk to Sarah.
Hey, Sarah. Can we have a cold cut platter to go?
Sure. Coming right up. Would you like anything else?
Do we, want anything else?
I already get it.
Yay! So you do remember after all. You're just the best. I'll give you the sweet flower from that sweet madame as a wind bloom. No need to worry about that. Paimon can make room for good food.
Break was good, break was good. Got snacks and a drink. So, good.
That was great. If that was a wind bloom,
Your turn to take a quick break. Oh.
it could be the wind bloom festival every day.
I also have to make sure the traveler doesn't fall.
Hmm.
I need to get this thing.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm done with the music part.
They didn't even, like, leave Mondstadt Island to go camping? What the hell?
Nope.
They're not very adventurous.
No.
It's like camping in your backyard. They basically just said, hey, let's go camp in the backyard.
I would do it.
I've done it. I can't say anything, but... We're just gonna... I don't feel like climbing that wall. I hate climbing walls. We're getting lost in our own city, trying to get out. Hey, snacks! It's fun camping in the backyard, you know? It's all good, because you can go use the real bathroom when you want to.
Oh, you do that?
I got Oreos.
In your own backyard, hell yeah.
Oh, I'll still go inside.
I don't know what I did, what and where. Yeah, that's what I mean. No, that's what I mean. You can go inside to use the bathroom. If you're camping in the backyard.
That outside.
That's what my sister and I used to do. We just came in the backyard.
All right. Looks like we're all here.
Not at all. We just came early to set everything up, since we happen to be free today. Kali put up the tent so quickly, but still managed to tie very sturdy knots. You can really tell that she's a professional. I didn't do much apart from passing materials around.
Look
Thanks.
at the bun
It's all
buns.
thanks to Master and Sino.
Bunnies.
They taught me everything I
Oh,
know.
this is co-op.
What can I say?
I don't
For a
care. I'm
skilled
gonna do it by
adventurer,
myself.
This is just another day on the job.
What?
Are you
The
quite
first
finished?
part of the
Or are
event
you
is you
going
can
to
do it
sing
co-op.
each other's praises till the moon rises?
It's cool.
Come on, let's all sit down.
Oh, so this is like that one game. Okay.
No idea what you're talking about.
That sunshine sprat was really very good. I didn't watch you cook it, but I believe that the prominent umami flavor of the dish owes itself to more than the fish alone.
That's correct.
Octopus with boxing gloves? Yeah, clobbering.
The aroma was quite uniform. Unlike that of a spice blend, it was also unfamiliar to me. So I would venture that it was a Mondstadt specialty. As far as edible Mondstadt plant species are concerned, calla lilies are usually used in soups. So if I had to guess, small lampgrass?
Oh, this requires
That's right.
stamina, something Kimono doesn't have.
I've long heard that Sumerian
No.
cream sauce is noted for its gentle texture, which brings
It's a
out
lot
the
of
tenderness
running.
of the fish.
And
Here in
running and
Mondstadt,
running.
we're not quite as...
So the thing I'm working on requires lots of running?
But the principle of bringing certain distinct flavors to the forefront through combinations of natural ingredients is very much the same.
I liked it a lot. I'm curious as to the exact ratio of ingredients.
I'll write a copy of the recipe for you.
Would anyone like to try the nutrient-dense meal I made?
I'll have some.
What about you, Kale? It doesn't look like you've eaten very much. Is your
You
appetite low at
fast.
the moment?
Oh.
No. I just don't eat a lot normally. Sorry. I didn't mean to make things awkward.
Cool.
Tainari, while we were on the road, we spotted something white
Really
walking
tedious
on
now.
2 legs.
I'm really upset because I have to go
Was
through
that
all of
Paimon?
Mondstadt to make sure
Which
that
day
I
was
got
this?
all of these.
Just after passing
Uh-oh.
the stone gate.
The recipe swap?
Sino, are you sure your eyes were working that day? Or maybe your head
Silly
was
Rain.
blocking your vision? I don't always fly.
I
There's no
didn't
way
know
she
about
never
the
walked.
fucking map, okay?
Is that right?
So I knew about the map, I just forgot
This is
about
true.
it,
I
right?
thought that you'd made me snacked on too many local ground nuts.
Which reminds me of Final Fantasy 15. Noctis goes camping
No,
in
not funny.
with wilds of their worlds.
Ground, you know.
EOS,
Ground
nice.
Up, but also the ground.
Good night, Jay. Get some sleep.
Fall to the ground.
Sleep well, man. Thank you for hanging out, watching, and lurking.
You're welcome.
No one gonna interact. Is no one gonna stop them from explaining?
Think of this as part of the process of getting to know Sino. On the bright side, these jokes show that he thinks of you as his friends.
Still, we could test the
Laters.
hypothesis.
Night-night.
What hypothesis?
That plant species indigenous to Mondstadt may have an effect on the motor functions of flying
Oh, I
life
should have
forms.
grabbed that. Uh-oh.
Not your test subject. Anyway, by your logic, wouldn't that mean that eating, say, Zaitun peaches, that would make a sick Paimon peachy in no time or something? Hey, you two. I think the Traveler and Paimon's conversations are more entertaining than Sino's jokes.
Ah, I see. You must have been keeping quiet about this grievance for quite some time now.
You seem much cheerier now that you're here in Mondstadt, Sino.
Oh.
Actually, feels
Oh,
like
God.
you're a completely
Leave me
different
alone.
person.
That's because I'm Sino the Adventurer.
Oh, you're fast.
That's so funny.
It's not?
In fairness, you only saw him in his work mode while you were in
Oh, darn
Sumeru.
it. Uh-oh.
He's actually like this most of the time when he's in a good mood.
Yep, it's true. Sometimes when he's eating, he'll grumble about how the bowl is too shallow for the amount of food it contains and other random stuff like that.
Oh, that's what it does.
I understand. Then allow me to reintroduce myself. Before, you knew me as General Mahamatra Sino. Now, please see me as Sino the
Sino
Adventurer.
the Adventure.
Yeah, so that's another thing he does.
Sino seems annoying as heck.
Something he thinks is funny until you stop trying to resist.
So you have two different mental states? Almost
He's like Grumpy Cat.
different phases of matter. Interesting. I want to learn to do that too.
I think in your case, the two states we would end up with would be highly conscientious sucrose and stupefied sucrose. Oh, by the way, was there any reason in particular that you chose Mondstadt as your destination on this occasion?
Oh, well, Lisa once told me that the Windbloom Festival is one of Mondstadt's biggest events of the year. I wanted to take this opportunity to give everyone a Windbloom as a token of my heartfelt gratitude for everything they've done to look after me.
Windbloom
Plus,
Festival.
it was a good chance for Kale to get out and meet some new people.
Kale Lily.
What?
Kale's Windbloom. Maybe she should call it a Kale Lily. It sounds very Mondstadt. There's also cauliflower, which would technically make more sense, but somehow it doesn't sound as nice.
He's trying to be funny.
Swiftly on.
Wow, he just completely ignored the joke and carried on the conversation. Guess sometimes that's the only way forward.
Sumeru's been through some major changes recently, and things at work have only just started to calm down. I don't get many opportunities to take a vacation, and this was a chance to join Kale on her trip while also learning a few things about Mondstadt's flora and fauna that I'll be able to pass on to my peers and students on my return. Two birds with one stone.
Yes, cauliflower. I love cauliflower.
I came to ensure Kale's safety.
That's just an excuse. Plain and simple.
Also, there's the matter of a Genius Invocation TCG custom-made card back.
Aha! So you did have an ulterior motive.
Have you all played Genius Invocation TCG before?
No, I have not. Have you, Turtle? Have you all played Genius Invocation TCG before?
Uh-huh.
What?
I have.
You can have my kimono. Reminds you of Zuko from The Last Airbender? Nice. Zuko was bad but then becomes good. Yes, I remember Zuko.
Ugh,
I love the Avatar. The Last Airbender.
Do you know that they're making a series that is in between Last Airbender and Korra?
That's cool. I'm ready to see that. Then also there's like I heard they're making like 4 brand new Naruto episodes at the end of Naruto.
Oh.
Come out in October? I'm like curious about what that's about.
Yeah, the series that they're coming out with in between Last Airbender and Korra is young adult, like Avatar. So we get more
More
Aang
episodes.
and Tara and all of them as adults.
Heard that, Rain? Yes, but 4 episodes. And Boruto's, I guess, first season or whatever, or what? Not season, but first whatever arc it's on is ending. It's ending.
It's only been on one arc. Oh
I don't know how many. I don't know. Multiple seasons, but whatever it's called, the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't really get into Boruto either. I watched some of it, but all I can say is if they're doing 4 more episodes of Naruto, it better have some more Hinata in it.
Seriously, they didn't give her enough screen time at all.
They didn't. There was like, you got to the end of Naruto, and that was the one thing everybody wanted. They wanted some more of this. Okay, Hinata and Naruto are finally a thing. Let's see them at least go on a date or something cute together. No, we never got that. They better be doing that in these 4 episodes. That's all I gotta say.
Seriously, yeah. Like, even in, like, both Naruto and then Shippuden as well, like she didn't get any screen time really.
Mm-mm.
I think the most screen time she got was in the first season of Naruto.
Mm-hmm. So I really have no idea what these 4 episodes are about, but I'm excited to see.
Well, you should. For the sake of our continued friendship.
So we're not friends, we don't play this card game.
New card back. I asked around before eventually deciding to ask the legendary Mr. Couch for guidance.
I cannot. Oh,
Sorry,
a friend of mine,
They're so
Sawada,
heavy.
whom I played cards with on occasion, had been to Inazuma for the Irodori festival.
So fat.
He told me that Calx was a Mondstatter, so I should try my luck there.
Calx? Isn't that...
You mean, he's a friend of yours?
I see. So, you came to Mondstadt in search of Calx.
No, that isn't accurate. I came here principally to protect Kale.
You most certainly did not. Kale's been here on the quiet numerous times, and this is the first time you felt the need to join.
Not only me, same applies to you too.
Go lay
doesn't
down. Monty.
If my writer friend were here now,
Oh.
I'm sure he would describe this curious coincidence as having the makings of a good story. It's always a pleasure to meet a fan.
Oh, here he comes.
Uh-oh.
Wait, you mean you're Mr. Calx?
Having my new friends address me by my pen name feels somewhat unusual. Please, just call me Albedo.
Huh. So you're Calx. Sino's been talking about you non-stop recently. He's intent on getting you to design a bespoke card back for him.
You didn't have to say all that.
I don't usually take private commissions, but I believe that we are friends now, all of us. Our conversations have been deep and interesting, and Sino, your passion for this game is indeed one of a kind. I can see it in your eyes.
Obviously.
And given that you've come all this way from Sumeru to see me, I'd be quite honored to take this commission.
Wow, your teacher's so nice. I feel the same about yours. Well, they definitely have different personalities, but they're similar when it comes
Just
to their
got to the
character.
cauliflower and
So?
cauliflily.
How much should I budget for the timeless
This
masterpiece?
is a long conversation. I'm just letting it autoplay.
Timeless masterpiece is something of an overstatement.
No, now you want to do the
Any
turtle.
artwork fit to appear on the reverse.
Oh, sorry, just click through it real quick. Click, 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 click.
Even if I do say so myself.
Don't mind him. These TCG nut jobs are all like this.
I see. So, this has an almost religious significance. Well, for starters, I'd like to hear a few more of your jokes.
You like them?
No.
I do.
Really? I didn't see you laughing.
Yeah, well, the joke's ability to induce laughter is a separate matter, but I certainly find them fun.
If I might interrupt, does anyone else smell something strange?
Don't really like his voice. How about you?
My nutritional meal.
Which one, Albedo or
Will it be okay? Should we go over and take a
Sino?
look too?
So no, for me, but
Oh.
I don't know which one
Pretty
she's
sure
talking about.
Sino's.
Sino.
I'm pretty sure Sino's is the same as Deluxe.
1,
It's just slightly
2,
different
3,
because you know voice actors.
4, 2, 2, 3, 4.
The white-haired one?
White-haired one.
Oh,
Sino.
Albedo.
No, Sino's the white-haired.
Well, this one's got white hair, Albedo.
Not white
Albedo's
hair,
got
it's
blonde
like
hair.
gold.
Well, blonde hair, yeah. Well, it still looks white to me, but yeah. Where did Sino go?
You're literally
Oh, there he
next
is.
to him.
There he is. White-haired, Sino. He blended in. He blended in. That's what it was. He was camoed.
Ow!
Shush!
Purple!
I'm trying to listen. Shush!
Only the base is burned. We can still use the cooking pot. It just needs a bit of a wash. Good thing Tainari's nose is so sharp.
Two fakers stacked it, yeah.
This kind of situation a lot before?
That's also because you have it in English.
I know, it's just...
This is true.
I'm sorry to disappoint Sino. I guess we'll
All
have to
English
do this
voice
again
actors
another
are
day.
terrible for me.
Yes. I'm not
Look,
sure
we
if you've
just
noticed.
don't want to have to sit here and read if we
seems a
don't
little
have to.
Depressed.
Yeah, it depends on what I'm doing.
Have to.
When everyone was talking.
I don't understand any other language than English.
Remember
What
that
the
note
heck?
she
Where's
received?
the light?
I was just
I'm
thinking.
so blind.
I want to try solving this
That's
riddle and giving Kali the chance to accept the blessing.
I mean, you don't really want to walk towards the light, dude.
Oh yeah.
No, I have to find
Paimon one is fun though. Yeah, because you like get so annoyed with her and happy with her at the same time. Okay, she'll lurk and try to get to bed early. Have fun. See you soon. Thank you so much, Jamie, for the lurk. Thank you for hanging out.
I'd prefer to see her smile.
Bad.
I appreciate you, Jamie. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, darn it.
Most of the ones are just trying too hard to be all sexy and cute.
Alright, we'll help out too. You will? Then tell me, honestly, do you think that this prophecy is for real too?
My man is fun. Her job is to annoy you, make you laugh, and like her at the same time. You hate her and you like her. It depends on the day of the week and the time and
Yeah, she's
what
just
point of the game you're in.
The running joke of her being emergency food.
She's a merchant seafood? What?
No, like, Paimon's emergency food. Like,
Oh, yeah, that you can eat her if you get hungry. She's emergency food. That's the beginning of the game, yeah. She's emergency food in the beginning of the game. She's like, you're just keeping me around for emergency food, right? Yeah, we're gonna eat Paimon. I'm gonna roast her up for dinner because she's annoying. I thought you didn't know. I was shocked. Yeah, I forgot, honestly.
Alright. Let's meet
It's been a while since I've heard the
then.
phrase or any reference to it.
I've got some thinking to do in the meantime. We're back.
Oh, what a shame. You just missed a joke about windmills.
Remind me to always give you food if you need. Yes.
I don't need to hear it a fifth time.
I eat everything, obviously. I'm always hungry.
Now Paimon really wants to hear it for some reason.
Didn't you say you want to see the Dragon of the East at some point? When are you going?
Tomorrow morning. And you? What are your plans?
I'll go into the
Blonde one's
mountains
annoying,
and
the voice is
stroll
annoying
and
too.
collect a few plants as samples.
Oh, perhaps I could join you? I'll be looking for inspiration for these card back illustrations.
Found you! I knew I was onto something as soon as I saw the fire.
Wow, you have really sharp eyes.
That's an outrider for you.
Uh-oh. Did we break the fire safety rules or something?
Actually, you didn't. Strictly speaking,
Think you meant the
you
blonde
should
one
have
after a
reported
while?
your
Yeah.
plans first. But
It's a lack
since
of
two our
confidence in
very
the
own
voice.
alchemists are here, I'm happy to look the other way. Ah, yes, introductions. I'm Amber, and this is the Reconnaissance Company Captain Eula, a good friend of mine.
Eula.
Good evening. You are friends of Kale, yes?
This blue-haired
A pleasure
chick.
to meet you.
I haven't seen her before.
Oh, that's Mommy Icy.
Mommy, I see.
So pretty.
I had a great grandmother
She's a
named
dancer.
Eula, so this is odd feeling. It's my great grandmother.
Oh, Amber and Eula. The pleasure is ours. I've heard a
It's
lot
my
about
great
both of you
grandmother.
from Kale.
Oh, really? All positive, I hope.
You asked that last time too. Of course it was positive.
I'd say. We hear the latest news about you every time you write to Kale.
Glad to know we've made a good impression so far.
Hey, Steak,
Anyway,
thanks for the
we're
arc,
here to guard
man.
Kale,
Much
so
appreciate
don't let
it.
us interrupt your chat. Come on, Kale. We're gonna take you to check out a few scenic spots.
Kale.
Okay, great.
Call her Kali. Kale.
Still as high energy as always.
You know Amber?
Everybody
Yes,
knows
we've
Amber.
met. She's Kale's most important friend. And for that, we are also very grateful to her.
That's Amber for you. Her outgoing personality means she can make friends with just about anybody.
Mommy, I see.
It's getting late.
Momo heard you,
I've got a
turtle.
lot lined up tomorrow. I suggest we all
I
head
see,
back and
Mommy.
get some rest.
All right, I'll start packing up.
You're gonna get the tone-deaf bard to check out that note, aren't you?
Did they even sleep?
I don't think so.
They just camped and then packed up and left?
Oh, okay.
Guess Paimon knows
Sounds like 10-year-olds in the backyard that got tired and went to bed.
be hitting the taverns around this time.
Same though.
We can go corner him and make him answer our questions. Let's move.
Let's move.
Oh, her clan is. I should not be able to forget that.
Where do you think you're going? We need to get back right away.
That's what I'm doing. Hello? Oh. Oh.
Ah, dang it.
Oh, it's been a while.
Venti.
Good, dude.
Venti! Called it. Tone-deaf bard drinking as usual.
Tone-deaf
Still
bard.
goes better.
Come on and get your game face on. We've got some important questions for you, mister.
Okay.
What's with that okay?
So, what do you make of it?
Aren't you forgetting something? It's the Windbloom Festival right now. You can't just go around asking people for help so blatantly.
Well, if you won't tell us the answer, could you at least tell us if this thing's worth a shot?
Sounds to me like you want a hint or two. A fine answer. The person who wrote this prophecy is very powerful.
I want his character.
If you manage to solve the riddle, good things are sure to
Venti.
happen. Also, I happen to know where this lantern is. Once you've found the 4 things, I'll even write the location down for you. Isn't that generous of me?
Whatever. We weren't expecting much from you anyway. You can get back to guzzling
It
wine
makes me
and
laugh that
blowing wind
Paimon just calls
Oh, woe is
Venti
me.
tone deaf.
Paimon sees me as nothing
Tone-deaf
more than-
bard, and he's a god.
There are actually a great many things
Yeah,
that
he
we bards are
accepts it
required
though,
to do.
so I guess that
And
it's
it just
okay.
happens that enjoying life is the most important one. Once this is over, would you like to join me for a drink? You know, a favor for a favor.
How many more places are they gonna send us today? How many
To all
places
of them.
do we have to go?
Mm-hmm.
Places do we have to travel to finish the story?
A lot.
A flower that is not of this world. Not of this world. Sucrose! We've got some good news and some bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Let's have the bad news first, I guess. Huh? Really? Don't most people usually want to hear the good stuff first?
Nope.
Oh, alright then. Basically, we went to Windrise to divine the breeze. The wind said that the prophecy is real and that your idea is a really good one. That doesn't sound like bad news. So what's the real bad news then? Paimon ate the bad news! fine. Well, that puts my mind at rest. Now, back to the other issue I've been mulling over. I was thinking about the flower that is not of this world. It could mean a human-cultivated variety that doesn't occur in nature.
There.
But that's
that
basically
decline.
claiming that it doesn't come from this world in the first place, when actually it's just a variant of an existing breed. So, the initial question is, can the flower's origins be traced back to a natural organism? If so, it cannot be correctly described as not of this world. But then, supposing we identified something outside of that category, whose job would it be to decide whether it belongs in this world or not? Then the question becomes, do of this world and from this world mean the same thing? Or is it deeper than that?
Whoa, slow down! Paimon's head is already starting to spin.
My head's spinning too.
Okay,
I get it, Paimon.
I did have one other line of thought as well. What about a flower created using alchemy? Would that be not of this world? Albedo may know the answer, but asking him right away would be like asking the teacher for the answers to your exam paper. It would render our search for the truth meaningless. I'd rather try and figure this out for myself.
Don't ask for help. Be stubborn. Got it.
Oh, now that you mention it, that's
Always
definitely
be
a
stubborn, don't
possibility.
you know that?
The wind bloom doesn't refer to a specific flower. Everyone defines what it means for themselves. In which case, the wind bloom doesn't exist in reality. This does seem like a promising direction.
Rain, have you
I've
unlocked
made
the
a note.
mountain area?
Okay, I better go read up on this.
Yeah.
Yay!
Okay, then you're fine.
This time! Guess we have that sweet madame to thank, huh?
Oh, Mono's not gonna survive that.
Yeah, it's part of the pictures.
Part of this?
Yeah. Oh, the third part of it. There's 3 parts. There's 3 different games in the event.
Can you guys help me?
I'll need some time to prepare.
No, it's a non-co-op
Could we
thing.
meet up here in, say, 2
And it
days'
also
time?
blocks it. It turns off co-op.
In the
Yeah.
meantime, we'll also think
Love
about
when
the
that
other 3
happens.
riddles in the
That's
process.
gonna suck.
For this now, shouldn't we say something to Kali about it?
I originally wanted to
Sixer already completed that area. He about killed himself to death doing it, but didn't he complete it though?
But you're right, Paimon. I'll need to be
I think
careful how I word
so.
it.
I know Reggie had
But
to
I'll
help
try
me.
to find some time over the next couple days
See?
to mention it to her.
You can have help.
All right. Thanks so much.
But that was for the mountain part, yeah. But to complete the quest, we can't. Like, this event, we can't help you. Which sucks.
Man, wait. It's not... Yeah, I think you'll be fine. Because one of the cameras you have to take picture of, it's like at the top edge of the mountains. And the other one is like in the path. So you'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll find out.
It's not like
Be
a
back
lot of
soon.
faith
Some
in
visitors
Mono.
came. Okay, meow guard.
It's not that far. You'll be fine. Just don't heal with Chi-Chi because he will die faster.
Yeah.
$8 p.m. 2 days later. We just have to push the clock 2 days.
You don't have to. You can do the event right now.
What event?
Yeah, the appointed time for the riddle. That's what she's talking about. Riddle.
Oh, just skip 2 days.
Yeah.
Just turn the time all the way around twice.
Did it say 18?
I don't know.
Oh god. Wait, no, I can't die. No, I have heals.
Can't die. No. That's not something I can
Caught
do.
it! Join the cat side.
Why is it all the way to the top? Why?
after you. That's why.
At least I have the stamina.
Oh!
Oh no! Hello!
And now what? How to do it again? What does it tell me now? Go to quest. Wait till the point of time. 2 days later, even though the clothes are very vague. I guess it is 2 days later. And the navigation point should be working. Where's it at though? Should be in Mondstadt, right? Because that's where the...
Yes, everything's there.
So confused.
It's not 8 o'clock yet.
Oh.
Hey, do you know what?
8 to 12. Okay.
Neither do I.
Because it would only let me go to 2. That's right.
Oh, water is dangerous.
Yeah?
Today's the day. Let's go meet up with Sucrose.
Especially
And
in the
I'm done with the whole event.
Oh, you finished it already?
Yes, I told you I was gonna do it fast.
Oh, Traveler, Paimon. I only... and
Now I have nothing to
Chloe
do.
just passed by a moment ago. Apparently, Tainari and Sino both went out. But she stayed behind because she wanted to help us. Not too bad. After reviewing it again with fresh eyes, I came up with a new theory
Gonna make
which seems
noises
to
now.
get some water. I'll attempt to explain it as simply as I can. I believe that each of the 4 things in the prophecy
shit.
refers to a different field of knowledge. But it's unlikely for any one person to have expertise in all these different areas. Also, in 2 out of the 4 areas, the prophecy seems to want us to find specific people. It may even turn out that the people themselves are the answers.
So it sounds like we should put our heads together and listen.
Exactly. I think we can go through each riddle in turn and generate 4 groups of...
Alright, then let's start from group 1. The first riddle was a flower that is not of this world.
Personally, I would still go with Albedo for this one. Alchemy is the most likely to have to do with otherworldly things, and he is by far...
Exactly! You're the creator of the Tetratanic sweet flower.
Huh? You really think so?
Oh, but what about Tainari? He's
I
a
wanna eat
forest
that
watcher and
too.
knows all about plants. If it's a flower we're looking for, maybe he's the man for the job.
All right. I'll add him to the list as well. On to group 2. This subject is a guide who will never get lost.
Guide who will never get lost.
Kind of abstract.
Wait, but they have to be able to guide others too. So it's not quite as simple as that.
Oh, you mean Mona? Yeah, she definitely counts.
Mona!
Mona. Yes.
The moonflower.
She
I'm gonna
certainly
be
seems
very
confident.
disappointed.
And she can use her astrology to guide people.
Would Bennett count? Well, his luck's so bad that as long as you go in the opposite direction from him, you'll always be going the right way, right?
Oh god.
I see. I suppose I can't argue with that logic.
Add him to the list. Finding everyone won't take long, so one extra person won't hurt.
I know. Would Outrider Amber be a valid candidate for
That's
this
what I was
category
gonna
as well?
say.
Yeah,
Amber.
she would. She's got a great sense of direction after all. As a matter of fact,
Definitely
when
Amber.
the Traveler and Paimon first came to Mondstadt, she was actually the one who gave us directions.
Yes, she's certainly a good guide.
Is there anyone else?
Let me think. Yes, I believe Albedo once made a set of equipment for Mika from the reconnaissance company. He's their surveyor and an exceptional pathfinder. He's even instructed others in the discipline of surveying before. So, in my view, he's highly unlikely to lose his way, and would be very good at helping others find theirs.
Cool! Another one for our list!
Wait, Kale should have been here by now. Wonder what's taking her so long.
Oh, you wanna go see how she's doing, right? Sure.
They talk so much.
Hem, where do you think you're going? We need to get back right away.
Taking a shortcut. That's what I'm doing.
Hi, Kale. Hope we're not intruding or anything. Is everything okay?
Sucrose!
Oh, today's Wednesday. Forgot.
Preparing
Okay.
some stuff. Is it time already? Oh no, I'm sorry.
Don't worry. The Traveler and I only just met up. We were just worried that you might get lost along the way, so we thought that we'd come get you.
Thank you. I'm ready to join you now. How's that thing going?
So let's pick up where we left off.
Next up is the third line. One who would never lie. You really think so? Seems like it would be pretty difficult for someone in his position to avoid having to
You
lie.
always use the high tower point and glide down. Oh yeah, because you can teleport.
Then what about Kaya? He's the cavalry captain and a rather popular figure, but... You think there's something fishy about him too, huh? Yeah, he's definitely a sneaky one. Bet he lies all the time. I can't help but agree.
They glide on down.
There's the tone-deaf bard.
Tone deaf part.
On second thought, he was
Poor
probably
Vinci.
better. He talks way too much nonsense. Is there anyone else we're missing?
Acting Grandmaster Jean? She has a good name in that regard, but from what I know, she
still don't
sometimes
think
covers
Paimon
up the truth out
understands
of
the
concern
concept
for
of a
those around her.
nickname.
For example, when Lisa loses track of time in the library and misses her patrol shift, Jean will come up with some excuse, like Lisa's ill today. Also, she sometimes makes up stories to get Klee to behave, like the one about the big monster that comes to catch naughty kids who don't go to bed on time. Do you think that rules her out?
White lies are still lies, but do we really have to reject her because of some harmless fibs? It's not like she had evil intentions.
I'm in trouble then.
No, we're the ones being strict.
I'm bad on time.
Rosaria
Yeah.
doesn't strike me as the type of person to lie. Oh, Kale, you probably haven't met her yet, have you? She's a sister from the church who looks, a little scary and not very sociable. She stopped by the alchemy bench once, a long time ago, and asked me about Albedo. I thought maybe she was trying to find him, for work or something. But when I asked, she just said that she was curious about him because he was so intelligent, and wanted to talk to his assistant to find out what he was like. A lot of people might have given a more tactful justification, but I could see in her face that she wasn't trying to hide anything. She was just very direct and straightforward. That's why I don't think of her as the lying type.
Rosaria doesn't look like the sort of person you'd want to get into a fight with. Maybe she just fights her way out of situations that some people might lie to get out of.
I can definitely see that. I've also heard the other sisters say that Rosaria doesn't even make excuses when she skips choir. She just doesn't show up.
She's a tough cookie, huh? Let's put her name down. In that case, I think Sino fits in this list too. True. Lying's probably more trouble than it's worth for someone like him. Kinda like with... Oh, and Paimon also nominates Razor. Bet he couldn't lie to save his life.
I've also got someone else in mind. Noelle, the trainee knight. She's a very honest person. I don't think she'd tell a lie.
Alrighty, write her name down too.
Wait, there's one more person. You know, our long-standing staffer at the alchemy bench.
Huh? You mean Timaeus?
Yes, him. Truth be told, he's been love-struck recently. He swore that he wouldn't say a dishonest word or slack off until he succeeds in getting the woman he loves.
Timaeus has a crush?
Yes, that's right.
Well, who is it? Do you know her?
I've never met her. All I know is that she's from Liyue. Timaeus says that she's fun, has a great personality, and is very, very good looking. Since we're on the topic, helping Timaeus win the lady of his dreams was also one of my goals for this Windbloom Festival.
But how can we help with that?
I don't know. Make sure he uses nice paper and a fancy envelope.
Yeah! I had the same situation once in the Avidia Forest. I helped another forest ranger out by delivering a love letter to the coworker she liked.
Yep, that sort of thing exactly. Oh, also, I helped him with
Tomatoes sounds like tomatoes.
He must have appreciated it.
Said fast. It does. Thank you for the Betty's Dash.
Is it any good?
Dash
Thank you,
entry
thank you, thank
being
you.
shared. X5.
Appreciate it.
I mean, it looks nice.
Eco dee.
Alright, guess we'll put Loverboy down on the list then.
Lover boy.
So
She gives everybody a
we have
date.
a legend that never ends. Anyone come to mind for this particular line?
Indeed.
Lisa, perhaps? A librarian understands books best, and aren't most legends written down somewhere?
When I think about legends, fairy tales
Where's the
and
meow
picture books
alert
come to
when a
mind.
bit comes in? I don't know. The sound's not working.
She read a lot of
My keyboard's not working. The alert sounds aren't working. It doesn't surprise me.
Do I count?
Everything's broken today.
Yep, I broke all the things.
I'll put you on the list.
Let's see if I go and maybe it'll work now. I don't know. Made sure I was logged in. Who knows? Now Kimono does a personal meow. Yeah, that's it. Meow. 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 Here we go. Now here we go. That's the new alert.
I prefer to read things like
It's way too long.
chemical substances and their uses, the fascinating principles of crafting, and
Point taken. Paimon.
Klee might be a good choice. Her mother, Alice, is a renowned traveling author, so I'll bet she's been exposed to all sorts.
Alright then, Klee makes the shortlist.
Klee.
Well, that should just about do it. Next up, we should go and ask the people on the list about the prophecy.
Do we have to ask absolutely everyone on the list?
It is. So, I was thinking that perhaps we should split up. That might make our...
Okie dokie.
There's
Also,
the meows. Best
I
meow.
found a method of
Yes.
gathering feedback.
No problem. We can do that.
Trophius escaped. I didn't even try to catch Trophius. I'm sad now.
Joined at the hip, so you two can go together. I'll pair up with Kale.
Capable Kale and sensible Sucrose. Sounds like a winning combination. Okay. I promise I'll help. Capable, rest assured that the unbeatable Traveler and Paimon will do our part too. Off we go.
Kimono, get it straight. Stop calling me Traveler. Oh.
I plan on starting from the person with the most defined stronghold. So let's go to the library. Lisa should be there.
Stronghold.
Maybe...
How about layer?
Here we are. Lisa's lair.
Lisa's lair.
Bad word choice.
Lisa, might I ask if
It's not there. DC Wolf, hello, welcome.
Sucrose. Kale. What are you doing here?
I can only sucrose
so
that
shy
they were
of level
Kale-ing on someone. At least that's as far as I know.
At least so that's as far as I know.
I beg you. Are you trying to win worldwide fame for unfunny jokes?
Oh my god.
Is Lisa not here at the moment?
Surprising, isn't it? She went out. I'm afraid it's just us here looking for information.
We have a
Except me.
VTuber model being made? That's
I'm not
awesome.
here for information. Like you, I came here for an
Hi,
aborted
Mission
search for the
Monstrosity!
librarian, who is also my academia
Welcome, guys.
senior.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Oh, so you studied in the same darshan as Lisa?
That's right. Her mentor in Sumeru was also my benefactor. We were both Spontamon
Live
students.
2D. Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah, Lady Rain's here, and Turtle's here as well.
We came here to look for some information.
Jeez.
Investigating the prophecy. And we were
Got my
hoping
Xbox
you all
and
might
watching
be able to
streams on my Steam Deck. You got
What
this.
sort of prophecy?
I'm not
Sounds like a pretty good deal, then. If you got a nice model for that much, like from scratch, custom,
You want to ask
that's a
them
pretty good
about
deal.
the flower that is not of this world, and me about the one who would never lie.
Turtle.
Myrtle.
There's no rush. You don't need to answer right away. We're just here to tell you about
Lady
the
talking chat a second.
You can take
He
your
wants
time
your
with the
attention.
and submit any thoughts you have in a written
You've
form
been
to the
requested.
mailbox.
The sucrose mailbox?
Yep. I was thinking about it on the way.
Why am I needed?
Although they seem like trick questions, so I decided to place a mailbox next to the alchemy crafting table. Everyone can submit their written answers there when they're ready.
Yeah, okay.
We don't have to call it the sucrose mailbox, though. It could just as well be called the sucrose and kale mailbox. I think in this case, we can just go with your quick answer off the top of your head.
How are we
Sounds like a
gonna
good
request
solution.
me and then
Certainly
nothing?
more reliable than verbal discussion alone.
I don't know, he vanished.
Certainly when it comes to discerning
What
whether
the heck
someone
is
is a
this
liar or
nonsense?
not.
Understand.
Probably baby.
Once we've had a look into it,
Thank God. Yeah.
Thank you all so much. Okay, let's tick them off the list and carry on working our way down. Already done.
Oh no.
I'm pleasantly surprised to see those two introverts getting along so well.
Do you get the feeling that Kale's return to Mondstadt has emboldened her more contrarian side?
Yes, I'd noticed that too.
Traveling and meeting old friends are both good for the body and soul. And isn't rediscovering one's youth while revisiting old haunts a worthwhile pursuit?
When I first met Kale, she'd never known happiness or youth, but things are different now. Her Elazar being cured was a huge milestone in her life.
Elazar?
Kale is a very sensitive and introverted
Oh
child.
no, did I?
I'm sure you must have noticed that too, Albedo.
Shouldn't
From
have
the time
lost
she's been
it.
in my care, I've observed that she's actually a very lively character by nature. But she had a very
Eager.
rough start in life, and it changed her.
So, might I assume that your respective claims of looking for plants and artists in Mondstadt were just
Interesting.
pretext?
I wouldn't say that. Both
was
Kale
it?
and Genius Invocation TCG are very important to me.
Would it really kill you to just say yes in this situation?
Oh.
Fine. Yes. We came out of concern for Kale. She's been back to Mondstadt of her own accord several times, but it has led to no significant
I'm performing
improvement in her
something.
mood.
I
Well,
have no
it
idea.
won't hurt to give her some more time. I believe
Oh,
that
no.
Sucrose
Oh,
might be
dear
able
God.
to help her.
Sounds like
Who
an
thinks it's
extension
okay
of
to
your
let
own
me do this?
self-confidence as your teacher.
You could say that. In a similar vein, I've heard that Sumeru scholars often build their social relationships based on their academic ones. Is that true?
I suppose it might look like that from your perspective. Sumeru society is something of a special case. As such, academic resources equate to social capital. It is not but the relationship between the three of us is not an academic one turned social.
Oh, so the academic paper is the nexus of the academic family.
I would think of us more as siblings. An equal and pure
I feel
relationship.
like doing this music thing would be way better
As
on the
much as
phone.
I'd prefer not to admit it, that statement is not inaccurate.
Neko-chan!
Welcome! Get to work! No, I'm slacking today! Welcome, Retro! Welcome, Bio! Bio, thank you so much for the sub!
What you described
Thank you,
fits
thank you,
the
thank
idea
you!
of a city of learning, as
Much
I interpret it.
appreciated!
The family
I'm
is
not
where all
coordinated enough
social
for this.
relationships intersect.
Oh dear God.
As such, a family founded on common
I have
goals
found
may
the
actually be
events to be very
By
talkative.
the way, who's the eldest?
I want to do more playing and less talking.
Rabbit hole, please.
Just do the
In
turtle.
terms of age,
I can't! I might miss some histories that I want to know about, but it's killing me.
Mental age is younger than
You
that.
don't even know
I dare say
them.
even by enough to be the
I
youngest
know, but it's driving me nuts though.
you will never see me admit to being the youngest sibling.
Oh good. Okay. I don't have to have a
Hi,
perfect
Jay.
score.
Welcome. Hi, Bio. Welcome.
Oh,
Ooh,
you're doing the rhythm
there's an
part?
Uwu Uno card now.
You're doing the rhythm part?
A reverse Uwu.
Fingers crossed all goes well for them. Now then, where should we go first?
Yeah, I'm realizing that that is just not something I'm gonna be able to do.
Tend to show up there at some point in the day.
Welcome back, Benjamin Chastity. He's back and he's ready to talk. But yeah, thank you for the sub. Thank you, Bio. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
1, 2,
I'm pushing all the wrong buttons again. Alright, let's go to our next scene that has tons of talking. Run.
Yay.
Oh no, why do you run with Chi-Chi?
Because she puts her arms behind her and it's so cute. She Naruto runs, that's why. I need all the Naruto running I can get. I need to do that in real life.
You won't do it.
All those oh, that's what I need to do. You know all those TikToks everybody does with the fancy dress and the one theme song? I don't know if you guys have seen that new trend yet. It's like a trend on Reels and TikToks where they all wear like a fancy dress and it's like, oh. Well, even the guys are doing it now in the middle of stadiums and like wearing baseball stadium outfits, and then they're like taking off their baseball gear and they got a dress underneath and they're running. And there's all different variations of it. I should totally do that. Oh, but do it Naruto style. Gotta run Naruto style in a fancy dress. That's where I was getting at. You haven't seen those yet? Okay, I gotta send you one. There's tons of them trending on TikTok. There's cute ones. There's like this one with this lady. So instead of the fancy dress, she does like this hot dog thing over her body and has a nice dress underneath. But then all these wiener dogs are chasing her, and they rip the thing off of her, and she keeps running in her fancy dress, and they all chase her, and then she falls in the sand, and they all come and get her because they're all her pets. It's so cute. It's like taking this fantasy scene and doing all kinds of variations of it, and everybody's doing variations of it online. It's really cute. Mono, please tell Lady to read chat.
I can't read chat right now. Playing music.
She says, do you freely give up the Prime sub since I'm not able to sub to your channel? Mono. I don't know why you can't sub to your channel. Maybe it because you had streamed in a while?
It shouldn't matter. You freely give up.
Hey there, Traveler in Paimon. It's been a while. How have you been?
I don't mind, like... You don't have to sub.
Doing pretty well.
But...
You look surprised, cuties. Is it because
teacher is
you shouldn't
not
have
at
an
the
issue
usual
either.
place.
Have you
Please.
pulled me
It's
up,
not as if
like,
I'm glued
just
to
pulled
my
the channel
chair.
up and put it under
Mika's here
chat?
today, so I thought it'd be a
I
good time
can't
to
do
introduce
anything
him to Bennett and
via
Racer.
the actual thing stream. Like
hello,
on my channel
everyone.
page, you can't
My name is
sub
Mika.
that way.
Mika?
Oh, actually you can. So if you go to my homepage, it says donate to charity, but you can...
He has chocobo hair. Mika has chocobo hair. There's something wrong with this.
Cool.
Windbloom. Fun?
That's weird.
Actually, we haven't gotten to the fun part yet. We've been busy
But either way, it's okay.
A prophecy?
You don't have to sub.
What kind? A
Nickel
good one or
Thank you for the sub, Benjamin Strosty. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are awesome.
Gosh, that all
Thank
sounds
you.
quite
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
I
you.
can't believe I made it onto your list of names. You really think I'll be able to help?
Ah, yes. Kindness, Mono.
Alright.
Right. Believe in yourself. You're a
Try and do
first-rate
normal on every
adventurer,
single one of
Bennett.
them.
Okay, then in that case, I'll step up and present my thoughts on the matter.
I just want my Primo Gems, okay?
Tell us all of your thoughts right here and now.
We also need the weapon.
She'll put a mailbox next to the crafting bench.
A meticulous and efficient plan.
Wait,
I will
I don't
think
think.
also.
Wait, do you have
You
to
still
do
have
it?
other
'Cause
people on your
there's
list
two
that you
different
need to go
tickets.
see, right?
I don't think
We
you
should
do.
leave you to it.
Okay, bye friend. Let's head over to Star Snatch Cliff next. Maybe we'll be
Star Snatch Cliff.
Don't find any familiar faces. You can
see the Primo
You're
Gems
working
'cause
so
they're
hard.
close to...
Do be sure to get some rest when you can.
Okay, gotta go.
no,
Now baby
you'll be
needs me.
fine.
Okay, thank you so much again, Mr. Mistrusty. Have a good night. Good luck with baby.
Yeah, for the weapon, it's only the first event, not the other two.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Well, I
Unless you need the
guess.
materials, but that's your choice.
to next.
I could probably use the materials, but right now my goal is the Primo Gems.
This way. Got it. Kale, please follow me.
Good luck.
Ow, my leg. Ow, ow.
Gonna go this way.
Did I eat dinner? I don't remember.
Now we're Sucrose? Never played her before.
Sucrose is fun.
Did. Sucrose is a better venti. I don't care what people say.
Oh, it's our lucky day. Amber? Wow, and Eula's with her too.
At least you can max out
Hey,
Sucrose,
Brandula.
not spend $500 on venti.
Oh,
Wow.
I broke 100 on this one.
Well,
Yeah.
Gengar. Klee! The first time I seen her too.
We were just talking
I
about
love
you.
Klee.
Right,
I have her figurine.
I know, it's adorable.
This is Noelle.
It was
Jelly.
expensive, but it was worth it.
Totally, yeah.
Nice to meet you, Kale. I missed you the last few times you were in Mondstadt.
Hey, I got a
so-
96.43.
Wow!
Nice to meet you too, Noelle. My name is Kale. But you already knew that.
Relax, you two. There's no need to be so courteous. We're not on some kind of diplomatic mission here.
Klee, what are you doing here? Are you planning to blast some fish?
Blast some fish?
On patrol with the other knights. Huh. Now that you mention it, it looks like everyone here's a Knight of Favonius except for Kale and me. I'd heard that there was a very young knight in the ranks, but it's still a surprise.
Yeah,
to
you
see with
didn't
my
know.
own
Klee's
eyes.
a terrorist.
Please, dude. I have seen her on TikTok. I know of her shenanigans. That is it.
Yeah, she blows up the river around the city.
Forest Watcher yet.
Mm.
I'm still learning.
Very much a Klee thing to do.
I'm still working towards becoming a fully qualified.
Technically, though the distinction is hardly relevant right now. This isn't a very formal patrol. We're just chatting.
Oh my god.
Don't panic, Kale. Just pick a
I haven't
topic
played
and join the
music in
conversation.
forever, and like,
Don't
I don't have
Whatever you do,
dexterity in
don't
my
panic.
fingers to do
It's
all
just
those.
Amber and her friends. Listen, let me guess. Were
I
you
used to play
chatting about the new
clarinet, so I had to
guests
use
in
both
town?
hands, but
Yep.
this
A
is
few
different.
folks from Sumeru have come to visit, so we're brainstorming a few nice.
Amber.
Yeah, it wasn't hard for me because I'm used to playing rhythm games and stuff.
Sorry,
I haven't played a rhythm game in a while.
At least I didn't say anything about what the surprises are.
But I haven't played a clarinet in well over 10 years either, so.
Join this conversation now. Speaking of nice surprises, we've actually had a fairly big one recently. What kind of surprise? Tell me, tell me! I'm saved. Sucrose is giving me a lead-in. Now, I just need to follow on from what she's already started talking about.
Oh no.
What?
Did you know you can do the event right now and not talk to these people?
No.
So essentially, you're gathering information.
Yeah, I told you about 30 minutes ago.
Anytime.
How do you do that?
No need to answer right away.
Just go to the event section.
Nice idea.
Ah!
I'll commit to writing
I thought you literally had to talk to everybody to as part of the event.
No. After that long talking, you can do it.
No.
thought you had to get through the talking to do the things.
Are you okay, Kale?
Silly Mono.
Was it no.
Oh, I mean, it's kind of interesting, but it's long.
Whatever's bothering. Thanks, Sucrose.
Oh, there were longer talking than this.
No, I messed that up. The first time I came to Mondstadt, I was without Amber, I might not even be here today. And because of that, I really look up to her. I think that after trying and failing for several years, I think I finally realized. I'm looking back, it seems silly that I ever. Aw, Kale. Sucrose? Would it be okay if I told you a bit about my past? I already knew bits and pieces about her, but still, I'm sorry. We've only just met and I'm already dumping all of this on you. No, it's fine. People don't open up about their deepest feelings unless they really trust the other person. And
Actually, could have done better on that. That's fine.
You probably know, but even so, you still listen to me when I talk my head off about alchemy. If you hadn't told me all of those things, I never would have guessed that you struggle so much. Really? Yeah. Everyone, all the feelings that you talked about just now. I totally get it. When you were saying about how you try to think about what to say in advance, and you're constantly terrified of saying the wrong. In fact, before meeting you, I'd never met anyone who seemed so similar to myself. Oh.
Did you know there was a Sucrose phone?
I'm not very good at giving words of comfort or anything.
And also a hotel phone?
And I'm not gonna tell you to just get over it or stop
A
worrying.
phone or a case?
No, a phone, like a full phone. Like it has the design and everything. And also
But for some reason,
there's a software only for that specific phone for those two characters.
I always like to find a Mondstadt's breeze is so gentle and soft. Hey, Kale. See that cloud over there? Doesn't it look like...
Oh, he's over China.
I don't think so. Sorry. Then, maybe we're not quite on the same wavelength on everything. Thank you, Sucrose. I feel much better. Yeah.
I missed that.
It helps a lot, doesn't it? Your tetra... 2 of my favorite things I've made. Oh, okay. I brought some crackers with me. You want one? Sure.
They talk a lot.
Oh, look. They're enjoying this.
Oh my god, when you think it's over, then there's more.
No, it's fine. You're not what Kale needs. There is.
She's never gonna let me out of here.
Nope.
I wanna go to bed tonight, not tomorrow.
Oh, you're definitely going to bed tomorrow.
So I just gotta go. How do I skip all this now? Don't go to the gold thing. Go to what?
Just go to the event menu.
That's where I was at before. Floral Pursuit, Blazes Breeze. So what do I do?
Either of the three. Not right. Floral Pursuit, Balance Breeze, all three.
So they're just gonna talk more in these though, right?
Oh, well, just a little sentence and then you start. They're all together, so it's easier.
So it's like a whole big story in the front, and then the rest of the activities are faster. I guess is what you're saying.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Run, like Naruto.
I'm really struggling. not easy. And this is the normal one. Oh, it's not.
You'll be fine. If I can do it, you can do it. I believe in you.
Yay! First floor pursuit challenge begins. You must come to left.
Dexterity, I
Still
have
collect
arthritis,
balloons.
man.
Increase your score. Next area will be unlocked after you have collected a specific number of balloons. After you have collected specific balloons in the final area, a ring of pursuit will appear and you can touch it at the end of the challenge.
No, don't worry about the sentence. Just collect the green balloons and that's it.
Balloons?
That's literally it.
Collect green balloons. Okay,
Yeah,
do we know where they're at?
Yeah, they're in the mini map. It's just big green balloons. Just avoid the big enemy thing.
So it's essentially Pac-Man.
Yeah.
What?
It is Genshin Pac-Man.
Genshin Pac-Man?
Yes.
And I just look at the minimap and run around town? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, so where are you going?
We need to get back right away.
Where are you going?
So I said I just look at the minimap and run around town, you said, right?
Yeah, we have to start the mini game.
Where? Back
At the guy
outside?
you talked to.
Oh, I thought I did.
Yeah, well, you talked to him originally, and then, yeah, here.
Where was he at? Oh god, I'm lost. I'm lost now! Where was he at? Oh, this guy. Is that it?
No.
Uh...
No, where the flower is on the thing. You'll go there.
Yeah, that's what I pointed at.
Okay.
You said no.
Oh, sorry. Look, it's behind, alright? I can't help that it's
So not the
behind.
flower.
So you go to the flower.
Okay.
So confused.
Where do you think you're going? We need to get back right away.
We gotta go over the wall apparently.
No, just go around. There's a door. Doorway.
Who needs doors? What are doors good for these days?
Oh my goodness. The speed! There's so much speed. Oh,
I'll give it a go.
Aggressively harder.
Watch out for Pac-Man!
Yeah, watch out for the balloon people.
Complete ordered wind. Complete ordered wind. Balloon, blah blah blah. Should have special techniques to be able to get.
What?
Just avoid them. Collect. That's it. You don't have to read it. And don't choose Chi-Chi. You run slower.
No, I
Chi-Chi's the slowest? Use Traveler.
Gee, thanks.
Preparing. I can't get up this over the rail?
I see you.
No.
How do they see you like that? That's so rude.
What am I wearing? Keep running or keeping away from the big blue thing?
Yes.
Just need one more. No, stay away, stay away, stay away.
That it? Or do I have to get them all?
All of them. Wait, I think in co-op you can help each other. I don't know.
Yes, there's co-op, but we weren't in a party together and I didn't know how to invite her.
Now you can.
Y'all could have helped me this whole time.
Yes.
So you left me in Talking Land?
It's okay, I'm like struggling too, so.
I didn't know Talking Land was a requirement. Oh, there's more than one of those things?
Yes.
Yes, it gets harder and harder.
I got all 100 of them.
100 balloons?
Oh yeah, there's 100 of them.
Oh, I think I'm
okay.
trapped.
Oh my god, you can fight the balloon things.
Can you?
Yes.
You don't have to just accept death.
Just use shift click.
I was just running around trying to avoid it like Pac-Man.
I didn't know you could fight them.
I didn't either.
Huh.
Ah!
I see.
That all of them?
But you have to have
Oh.
the fancy thing, the glowy thing. You need the glowy thing to do it.
This thing?
Yeah.
Ah, I'm trapped! No! What? What's happening?
Oh, you touched them around the radius.
Yeah.
What? How's she dead?
Fuck you, this one.
Additional balloons have here? What does that mean?
Oh my god, her bar is always red.
Ah! Is it not supposed to be?
Yeah.
Run off! Ah! What is that thing?
Press left click when you get near them and it just disappears them for a while.
Does it?
Yes, when they touch you.
Ah.
I
Left
think it's
click.
for 5 seconds activation.
Yeah, it's not very long. Totally worth it.
Where do I go now?
Follow the little yellow dots, essentially. Like your normal little waypoints or whatever.
Can I hit this to leave? Or do I not want to leave?
Did you collect all of them?
I don't know.
There's a number on the left corner.
100 of 100.
Then you're fine, you can leave.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Score 5,000, new record. Okay.
Heck yes. Oh, not that one.
I was scared.
I'm so stressed.
Now what? What's the next one?
Okay, I did it. Apparently you do get points for
So I didn't complete that one then? No, because there was more pieces, wasn't there? They intertwined to go to challenge. You have to do all of each one?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not the best weapon for
Ooh.
Dea, but it's
Did I
the
get-
best weapon you'll have for her.
For which one? For Dea?
For Dea, the weapon you just got.
Hold on. Let's see.
Increase elemental mastery by 12% and 48% respectively. How is that better than 60% crit damage?
Great, 60% crit damage. What?
How is
Mailed flower.
that better?
Wait, which weapon are you talking about? No, that doesn't do crit hits. It just gives you energy when you do crit hits. But it's not really that worth it.
Oh, okay.
It's the attack percentage above. Elemental Mastery is better energy recharge for her.
Then I have to level it up.
Shit.
There we go. It doesn't fit her outfit. It's so flowery. Oh, dang it.
Her own weapons doesn't even fit her either.
My god.
What do I do next? A second. Maybe.
Fuck! Don't touch me!
Maybe if I go.
Did this second part of the event, just talk to him again.
Don't touch me!
Touch her! Touch her!
It's her? Well, this is the sound thing.
Yeah, that's the rhythm one.
I need all of the balloons. There. Got them all. Yay. Oh my god, that was really stressful.
Press the spacebar or left click on the drum beat on the accent note. Adjust the precision line until it roughly coincides with the note precision you enter.
Fuck, no.
Yeah, I'm gonna fail at this. How many days do I have to get this thing done?
Before the weekend or Sunday? Yeah, Sunday.
Ugh. And what do I get besides the sword I just got?
Primos, materials, stuff.
Something's happening. Because that's not the thing.
Oh, I'm gonna assume you don't play rhythm games, huh?
No, I don't.
Neither of us really do.
I don't play rhythm games at all.
You have the moment you hear the fourth sound, like just if you hear the fourth sound, you have to hit space, but you have to be really accurate. If it's not, it doesn't look accurate, just increase the value of it.
And what is my goal? I'm supposed to be moving anything or anything?
No, you have to calibrate it because it's different for everybody because of monitors and stuff.
And what am I trying to... I don't know what I'm calibrating. I have no clue.
Okay, you're just essentially like figuring out the best spot for you.
Oh, so like down?
Put 60.
Shit. What was that?
Like 100.
Nope. Stay away.
Yeah, 110. Yeah, it's 110.
Like that and just hit save.
There you go. No time to struggle.
Oh god. Scared.
You'll be fine. It's easy. What?
Did I just pick something?
Yeah, choose your difficulty.
Oh, normal. I clicked on it.
Pick hard. Pick hard.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Pick
Night
pro.
night.
You'll be fine.
Like what?
Don't.
Pro.
Just do normal.
Do it.
Do normal. Shit.
Let's do it.
There's the one.
Let's fail. Why not? Good night, Momo. Get some sleep.
Shit.
Oh, you actually press pro? Oh,
Yeah,
wow,
I'm just kidding. Why not?
I was playing, but okay.
Hold the button to play the note, then release after the light strip disappears to score points. Okay.
I'm gonna screen record this.
Shush! I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be pushing. I don't see nothing. Am I supposed to be pushing those letters on the keyboard?
I'm still
Yes.
playing with balloons.
No. It's supposed to be pushing a space bar, right? I am so confused here.
It is not spacebar.
All they taught me was spacebar. They didn't teach me A, S, D, J,
The
K.
spacebar was just to calibrate it.
It didn't tell me nothing about that. The instructions failed to mention all these things that I had to know my alphabet on the keyboard.
Oh no, I don't have a respawn point in here. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was going to cry.
Mono.
Shush. Hey, at least I'm hitting some of it. Oh, wrong button. Oh god, bunch buttons. I was not ready for that at all. I'm just thinking spacebar. Oh, Euphoria. Completion rate 30%. Is that good? It's his new record? Do I get a prize?
I don't think you get any of the rewards, do you? No.
Why am I even doing this? I don't know.
Just complete it on normal. You only go for the Primogen. You don't need anything else.
So I just do each one on normal?
Yes.
You have to do them all?
Yeah, normal.
Yeah, just for your primogens.
This one has more letters.
No, they all have the same letters.
Feel normal. I have to think about what fingers on what letter, and I don't like that.
Yeah. It was kind of my struggle with it, to be honest.
Most of the songs are just 4 letters, which is the middle 4.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to hold it. Forgot to hold it. Oh god, oh. I'm gonna have nightmares about this! God, what the hell was that? I don't even know. I give up. This This is not easy and normal. I don't know.
It's fairly difficult, especially if you don't have the dexterity.
I don't do rhythm, and I don't do rhythm games.
I think I'm gonna have to start though.
Genshin, why? You think I'm as pro at all game types? I'm not.
I think this is the third time the event came back.
Is it?
Yes.
So this comes back?
Yeah, I think every year.
Ah.
What in the fuck nuggets, man?
Night Rain, hi!
Hi.
Hi, human.
That doesn't count as completing it, does it? I don't know.
As long as you complete it, you're fine. The score doesn't matter.
Oh, so have I completed
does
it then?
Oh, that has to be. Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to do this.
What do you have to do?
I think you need more than 75%.
Oh.
Of hit notes. Yeah, that's why.
Welcome! I have a cookie. Mmm.
These are great. Do I really need to turn on the light in here? Because I really don't wanna.
Yeah, you kind of do. That sucks.
Oh my god.
I can't do J for some reason. I forget that finger exists.
That's not what you said last time. What?
I don't know. I hate it. Yeah. This would definitely help. It's just perfect training. Yeah, I can't do rhythm games. I never have done rhythm games. I'm not a rhythm game person.
I love rhythm games. They relax me.
Not me. They stress me out so bad.
We love stress.
I don't. I have enough of that in real life.
Seriously though.
Oh no, how are you missing that? Oh
I'm missing all the letters. Shush! I'm gonna miss them all. Especially the letter J. Apparently that key does not exist on my keyboard. Letter J does not exist on my keyboard. Just saying. 52%. Ah!
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to do this. I think you need 75%.
No, thank you.
Damn.
I have to have undivided attention and lots of sleep.
I feel that.
What is sleep?
I don't know. What's my uptime so far? What is that? Still that spot I put that stuff down to attract the slimes? Why is that still a thing? Why is that still there?
Oh, don't kill me, no.
Oh.
Oh no.
How are you doing, Nyrene?
Let's go.
Chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets. Hey! Back here.
god. Oh god.
Are you okay, Rain?
Yup.
Which part are you doing?
I'm doing the balloons.
Oh god.
Yeah.
That stressed me out too.
Yeah, I'm doing all of the balloons.
Not gonna lie, that stressed me out. Four hours, 3 minutes? I just started the journey stuff? Turtle's like, oh, it'll take an hour.
Yeah, that's how I did it. I had to read the whole thing.
I didn't know I could skip all the reading. I thought that was a requirement.
No. No one requires you to read. The heck?
Yeah.
Who reads?
I don't! But I thought I had to.
No.
Oh, I gotta go thingy.
Although talking events has nothing to do with story.
So, it's still talking. Oh. Oh, I can't go up that way. Dang it. That's rude.
Why is that on this door? Examine door.
Oh, that's Mona's room.
I wonder whose place this is.
Oh, that's Mona's room?
Yeah, that's where she lives. Or her study room.
Oh, I just assumed it was Barbara for some reason.
Where do you think you're going? We
No,
need to
Barbara
get back right
lives at the
away.
church.
Yeah,
No. Paimon.
Stupid. Alright.
No.
I'm just saying, never say you're stupid.
I'm running away, Paimon. Had enough of your shenanigans. I'm running to the lake.
Don't always think.
I need some tranquil peace and quiet. Can I just sit here? No, it's not gonna let me sit.
Mono, did you just give up on the event?
Yes. I'm tired as heck. I've been at this for 4 hours. Oh, my little brain would rather do my work assignments than do the event. That's pretty bad. Ah! Got away.
No, don't kill her. I need her.
Let's see. Oh, it's still in wind blue.
Hello.
I would rather go back and try this again than those things. That's terrible.
Hello. Nice.
I did it. I did all the balloons.
Thank you for the love, Night Rain. Oh no, of the lake. What is your wisdom? Mini games suck. Sorry.
What do I do with all these little tickets?
Go to the event thing, and then it should say event
The
shop,
event
something like that.
Gotcha,
Yes.
that's right.
Mono, what are you doing? You don't have anything. You don't belong there.
What do I do with these?
Those for Stardust exchange. You buy stuff.
I can buy more of these, right?
Yeah.
Yes. It's monthly.
Yep. You only get so many a month.
Oh, I had done it this month apparently. Maybe? Yeah, I don't want those. Those are evil.
You kind of want those because they're free.
What do you do with those?
Those are for the standard banner.
Oh, I don't use those.
Yeah, but you kind of do. They're free, you might as well get them.
Free with what? Oh, under here? I should get these, you're saying?
No, not with Primo Gems, with Stardust.
I hate the fact that there's like a certain time that you have to do these stupid pictures.
That picture part was the fastest thing of the whole event.
But this is Stardust, right?
Yes. Mommy.
What the hell? Oh, I don't know. There we go. Okay. So I did that. Done with that. Stardust has, yes.
Wait. How do I complete
I have
it,
3
though?
whole wishes now. And I forget that that's gonna stay that way. And then...
Do I only have to do it the one time?
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm like struggling right
According to today's Forest Patrol route map,
Wish away?
we need to head here.
Nah, I'm gonna save them up a little bit.
Over to there.
Just gonna swim in the lake. I'll save them up for the next banner at this point. Just I've lost my mind. I just need to quit. I need sleep. Squirrel steak. I take my frustration out on some Healy trolls. That's what it sounds like.
I feel that.
Oh, that was failed.
All the way up there.
Let's get it on!
What Healy trolls? I see no Healy trolls. Huh?
No, Nyrin said you have pulls for her weapon and standard banner, but it's not worth it if you don't have a lot.
Yeah, that's true. Supposed to try to get her weapon, huh?
Yeah, the weapon banner's a lot worse than the character banner.
I think I did a couple trying to get it, but then I didn't. I pull for Dara's weapon and 10 pull on the standard.
Wait, how many do you have? 'Cause
9 on Dea's weapon, 10 on standard.
oh, might as well use the standard.
Puddles!
Alright. So this is the standard.
It's the last one.
Yeah, this one? Oh. Not her. Not Chi-Chi. You said that. Or you can save up, but yeah, you build up 10 that way. Last one is standard.
Yeah. The last one is it'll
Oh.
always be there. Just
Okay.
just use them when you get 10.
Okay. I'm learning things.
Oh, 4-star, huh? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. We'll see.
Book. Meh. Why?
Oh, that's for sucrose. Yeah, that's for sucrose.
Blech. Nothing good. And I got 9 on this one, right? You said, too bad I don't have one more. I could wait until I get one more. Do a 10 pull.
Oh, you can. You can get one more.
How?
You have the icon on the bottom that says 5. You can get one.
Yeah. There we go. Then we can do a 10 pull.
Blame it on Rain, because I said don't do it.
Third banner on the weapons?
She said weapons.
Ah, okay. 10 pull on the weapons.
Not worth it. You need at least 20.
Ah. Rain, you giving me luck of the Irish here?
Not me. Different Rain.
Night Rain.
Yeah, I can't help you.
Alright, we'll do it. Wish me luck.
Oh, wait. Have you chosen it yet? I think
No.
you picked it already.
Yeah, course set for Beacon of the Reed Seed.
Beacon of the Reed Seed staff of the Scarlet Sword.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think you chose the staff, not the sword.
Oh, so I'm not gonna get it anyway. So I shouldn't do this. Because I don't want the staff or anything, do I?
Do you see the little person thing?
Uh-huh.
Click on it. Oh, you do have the sword. Never mind. You can pull if you want to.
Oh.
If you want to. Blame it on Night Rain.
Okay. Wish me luck, Ray. Cross all your fingers and your arms and toes and all that good stuff.
You're gonna get screwed over.
It's okay. We're gonna go for it.
Nope, you got a 4-star.
So is the weapon a 5-star weapon too? Is that how that works?
And what also sucks about the weapon banner, characters also showed up. So it's a lot harder to get the weapon.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I said don't do the weapon banner. It's a lot worse. Oh, you got that weapon. Yeah, not worth it.
Nope.
Oh, how's a fail?
Blech. I have perception.
You got weapons for characters you don't use.
I know.
I don't think any of your characters even have that. I think except for Barbara. Lady Rain's favorite character.
I hate Barbara.
Oh, you
She's
can buy.
great for heals, but that's it.
You can buy the last 3, the Coin Fates mono.
Yes.
With Stardust Exchange, yes.
Okay. Oh. Makes me just wanna cry. No, I'm just kidding. That's all
Should I
good.
put on Discord all the weapons I have?
Oh my god. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know.
Seriously?
Stop being a red dot. It needs to get the red dot needs to go away.
I hate these Fatui casters so much.
Going to bed. Good night. Good night, Tank. So sleep.
I remember when I used to hate something.
What? What did I miss? Oh. What's going wrong? I got a resin thingy. Does that make you happy?
Yes, please don't use it.
Don't use it like I did.
Yes, don't be our Lady Rain.
I probably used them all up. What are you talking about?
No, you used all of them because you get more from before. I know you did. I think you had 5 or 6.
How do you tell how many you have? Right
By
here?
not using them.
Got 2? Da, da, da. So what are these used for, by the way? The radiant spin crystals.
Just collection. Nothing important.
Okay.
They tell me that was a little sarcastic. I feel like they're
Used for your teapot? Okay. No, I'm probably ending stream. To be honest, I am done. Let's see.
Yeah, you should have said that 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I had to get my 3 hours in, but now it's like 5 hours, so.
Make it 12 hours.
Well, this is the girl who's been staying up till 3 a.m. working every night, so it doesn't mean I'm going to bed. Just means I was
That's
stream.
true. She's just gonna bother me.
I'm just gonna like keep working on stuff. Yeah. Grass turtle. Work on my website stuff. Then go to bed. Unless I actually go back on to bed on time and try to fix my schedule or something, but who wants to do that? Those are used for your teapot to play songs? Aww. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you. See, I feel like my camera's like zoomed way out too. I'm like, I like see my whole freaking room right now. I love updates. They mess up everything. Or do you like it, Rain? You like seeing the whole room, don't you?
Yeah. You know how nosy I am. Come on.
You can see the edge of the mic. There we go.
What's that in the corner? I see something.
What do you see? Yoga balls?
Might be her apron. Might be a little craft closet. Who knows?
That is a closet. And there's all my lanyards with pins on it from TwitchCon on the door. From multiple TwitchCons. But yeah, that is my closet that has all my outfits in it for stream things.
All her lady stuff.
Should I do like we did the other day, right? And change cameras for 5 seconds? Oh.
Yes.
If I could do this right. Camera hates me though. I'm telling you though, this camera is the one I use in my art, but it makes me look crappy. But here we go. See what you get. You get the side of my head. Oh god.
outside, Mona. We love that.
There you go. You get to see all my mess. There you go. My mess everywhere. Side studio shot. So yeah. There you go. See, it's a door. That's what you see. And an Amazon box, apparently, over there. But yeah. Door with lanyards. Sea turtle. It's lanyards. But that's what you see. Ugh. But that camera, the brightness is like weird on it. I don't like the way it's adjusted. But it works great for art. For my canvases, for art streams. But I have to move it when I do art streams because it's high right now. There. Alright. But yeah, I think that's it. Did my screen lock up? That was weird. My video feed locked up. I was looking at myself on Twitch and it locked up and I was like, I thought I locked up, but I didn't. I think it's just my computer. But yeah. But I think that is it, guys. I think I'm gonna end stream. I think I'm gonna roll the credits and say thank you all for the subs and thank you for being here. You guys are awesome. I will definitely be live. I want to say definitely, unless I get invited to something crazy on Friday, which I really doubt. I'll be here, you know, or get food poisoning or whatever. I'll be here Friday night for some shenanigans because Napoleon 137 Neptune, good night. Thank you, Napoleon, for being here and hanging out. Thank you. It's good to see you. But yeah, I've got me a St. Patrick's Day shirt and I plan on wearing it for you guys, so I'll do some shenanigans Friday. I might buy some beer and put some green food coloring in it so I can have some green beer or something. We'll see. We'll come up with something funny to do Friday, so. And we'll be here. We'll be around. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I don't know. But I'll see you guys then. Have a good evening. Don't cause too much trouble. Say bye, Turtle. Say bye, Rain. Alright, now I'm gonna do the end credit thingy-majiggy. Hold on. Alright. Thank you, guys.